All right, we're back again. This is part 3 of going through Content Nuke Hassan Piker by H3H3 Productions. Whoo boy. I didn't think this was going to take this long. I kind of planned for like 4 hours. I thought I would be able to get through the whole thing and be able to like stop and kind of give my thoughts throughout. I genuinely thought I would be able to sit and watch longer spurts of it without having to stop and just break apart what is being said, what's being communicated, and figure out what the hell is going on. All right. Why am I doing this? First of all, I am not a fan of either of these gentlemen. I am politically a lot closer to Hassan Piker. I am also a leftist. But I still don't think Hassan Piker is something I care to watch. Because I just don't think it's a good idea to just listen to someone like live react to bullshit they're seeing for the first time. Even though that's exactly what I'm doing. So, I also want to let everyone know that you shouldn't be watching this stream. It's going to be boring and tedious and awful. And I am going to be really chatty and I'm going to be probably pretty mean. I'm going to say a lot of bad words. You're going to get very annoyed with me very quickly at the amount that I'm stopping the video that I'm trying to be watching. And you're going to get very aggravated with how slowly and just like, come on, let's get on with it. This stream is going to be, okay? This is unedited. This is a thing. Who am I? What do I do? I'm Kudos. I draw cartoons. I don't do this kind of thing usually. I am currently procrastinating. So I suddenly got super interested in seeing Ethan's content nuke on Hassan Piker. I'm extremely disappointed, yet obsessed with this thing. The first 8 hours of this, by which I mean the first hour and 17 minutes of the video, took me literally 8 hours to get through. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. We're going very, very slowly, and we're going excruciatingly into detail about everything. Not to say that I'm doing all of the fact-checking. I am not. I will fact-check here and there if I can, but it's already long and tedious enough. So there are some points that I'm just conceding to whoever, and I'll because I'm looking for these kind of big pictures, right? So what we've got right now is I'm trying to help this for a visual learning perspective of putting together a case and listening to whatever is presented in the video and steel manning everything I can. I want to see what is the video provided that can build a house here, right? We have a big claim. Right now, we're focused on this section where Ethan is going after Twitch, all right? Now, I've got no problem with going after Twitch. I'd like to see him just gut the fuck out of them and, expose their shadiness. I'm here for it. So, while the first 8 hours have been complete dog shit and Ethan has been a complete fool, as soon as we got to this section of the video, I got excited. I gave Ethan some credit. This might be a good, interesting thing. Maybe this was where he focused these months, and even though he made the first hour complete, like, editing garbage and so awful and so hard to watch, but maybe it's getting better now. Maybe it's not dog shit. So we've been keeping track of the claims and then the evidence to support the claims, right? Twitch is a megaphone for terrorist organizations. Ethan makes that very clear. This is basically what they are. He's not saying that they are themselves terrorists. He says that they are megaphones for terrorist orgs. The CEO is a real dickhead. He's a skeezy dick. He's a boomer. He's a weird-ass boomer. Fully agree with that. This is not a supporting... I argue that's not a supporting evidence that that his company is a megaphone for terrorist organizations. I think it's almost the other way around. So right now I'm putting this on top of this claim because I think if they're found to be a megaphone for terrorist organizations, that would be evidence that he's a real dick. However, we have other evidence that he's a dick that we don't necessarily need this. So that's why I've kind of put it off to the side. This is kind of granted. The CEO is a dick. There's a lot of different ways. The CEO is a dick. The CEO is cringe. And Ethan does a pretty okay job of pointing that out. He could have done better, like in terms of editing and just like choosing what to highlight. There was a clip 2 different times. The CEO is for some reason on a stream, on a camera, holding out his own personal cell phone on the Twitch app, and he's like poking and swiping and browsing through it while his phone is being filmed with the camera, and he's like turning it and showing it to people and showing the camera, and he's laughing. And the things that he's pulling up are videos of young women. A couple of the young women had visible cleavage, and they did appear to be like, young women, early 20s, mid 20s maybe. And it was just like weird. Like, it wasn't porn. And it in my opinion, he was on purpose showing these pictures off like, hey, cool, look, right? And then getting kind of like embarrassed that he didn't get a reaction out of people, or he got like an icy reaction from them. Ethan seems to think that he's just really incompetent, and he like forgot how to hide these things, and he incompetently like failed to, cover his tracks, which means he's an idiot, which means he's incompetent. I don't see it that way. I don't think we can really know for sure whether he intended all that. But to me, it seemed pretty fucking obvious that, like, if he's deliberately doing this, he's showing, it's not like somebody, like, took a peek at his phone over his shoulder and he didn't know he was being recorded. He was putting his phone in full view and focus of the camera and being like, look, here, if I swipe this way, then I can get clips. And then he swipes, and then it cuts to a young woman. Not a naked young woman, just a young woman. So that's why I don't think he was trying to hide anything. I do think he's fucking weird, because he's also technically the boss of these people. I don't know what the CEO was ever even doing in the first place, showing people how to swipe a smartphone. In the year 2024, this old fucking weird long-haired boomer is gonna get on the stream of the company he owns and be like, look, you see here, you swipe and there's your clips. Like, dude, nobody needs you to teach them how to use a fucking smartphone, dude. He's weird. He's a dickhead. He's a creep. He's up to something fucky. And I hope we're going to get into it. Now, we've kind of taken a left turn, because he keeps saying that they're laundering terrorist messages. And the only connection we have here is that the CEO loves Hassan, refuses to fire Hassan, makes him the golden boy. But in order for this to be linked to terrorism, I found either you have to, again, prove to me that Hassan is a terrorist, and that the CEO who loves him kind of believes he is too. He also has the same belief that Hassan says disgusting terrorist shit, incites violence, I guess you want to say. Hassan is inciting violence, and the CEO knows that and thinks, yeah, that's awesome. I love that he incites violence. That's really cool about Hassan, and that's why I'm going to protect him and sing happy birthday to him and shit. I think it's perfectly plausible that the CEO loves Hassan and is a total cringe weirdo to him because he loves all the money that Hassan brings in. Right? Can you imagine if Hassan's like a millionaire from just like bullshitting in his bedroom? How much money do you think the whole company's making? I mean, gosh. That's a lot of moolah. So we haven't connected this idea. We don't have any evidence that Twitch is a megaphone for terrorist orgs. For example, I don't know. And if any critics watching this, please point out are there any arguments that I'm missing here, things I should be writing down that were presented in the video, or maybe even things he has said outside of this video that he like forgot to put in this one. Let me know. But I got some questions, and we're gonna just like keep a list of questions on the side, and we're gonna just, every once in a while we can either add to or try to answer any of those questions. What's the terrorist's message? What's the terrorist's message? What is it that they're able to be saying on Twitch, right? I guess let's get some examples. I mean, let's hear examples of Twitch streamers spreading that message. We've seen a lot of like similar campaigns like that, and people are able to compile things like when what's it called? Sinclair Media is this like they basically have like chains of local news stations, right? And they basically just write the same bullshit for all of them. And so it's very clear when there's like this direct like campaign of a certain messaging. You can find, oh, boom, this guy's saying it, this guy's saying it, this guy's saying it, this guy's saying it, word for word, word for word. We can do this with basically the whole right wing, like let's take, for example, the Bud Light scare, where you just go to Dave Rubin, you go to Tim Pool, you go to Charlie Kirk, you go to Ben Shapiro. Each one of them, they've got exactly the same take. They got the same take on the same dumb thing, and it's like, okay, we can kind of see a pattern here, right? So that's what I would expect here. Is I want to hear what are these terrorist messages? What is their angle? And let's hear and see how like they've been using Twitch to funnel that message. Is this not a fair ask? And please write in the comments if you think this is an unfair question or if this is like completely missing the mark. Again, it's just a question. We haven't heard it yet. We're going to find out. But what we're about to get into, this is when I stopped the video last night, was when he mentioned Frogan. Because for the first hour, he's been periodically just sort of dropping her name in and making jokes, but not explaining what the fuck happened or who she is or what she did, what she supposedly did. So we're gonna finally find out, according to Ethan in his content nuke, how Frogan is tied into any of this, right? And remember, this is the big claim. This is actually still just a supporting point of the bigger claim that Hassan Piker's a douchebag. Or Hassan Piker's bad. Hassan Piker is evil, I think, is really Ethan's point. Because I already agree, Hassan Piker is kind of bad. I'm not a fan of his. I think he's kind of a know-it-all douche who's actually ignorant on stuff, and then when he doesn't know what he's saying, he just makes shit up. And he's also a sensitive, defensive little special boy. Whatever. That's what I already think about him. I'm happy to hear a good case against him, right? It wouldn't hurt my feelings to go ahead and confirm what I thought I already knew, right? It might hurt my feelings, to be honest, if it turns out Hassan is like way more like awesome or cool or better or something than I thought. Because then I'm going to feel like a dickhead for all this time I was talking shit about him. All right. And so here's the question. What's up with Frogan? All right. So this is going to be kind of a new section, but if we can establish that Frogan is, let's say, I don't know, let's say she is like an evil terrorist, agent, okay? She is like ranked 10,000 something in Twitch. Let's see, Twitch top streamers. Let's just get an idea of how twitchy is everybody here. Well, actually, let's make this like that. All right, English speakers. Oh, Hassan is number 6. All right, he is definitely a whale. 31,000 average viewers. Oh, I thought it was like millions. I guess it's just during at one time. 229 hours streamed. All-time peak viewers was 312,000. 7.3 million hours watched. He has lost 10,000 followers. He has 2.8 million followers. Let's see how that matches up with Frogan. Frogan ranked 10,020th. So Hassan's number 6. Frogan's 10,020th. 41 hours streamed. Average viewers, 239. Peak viewers, the most she ever had was 1,428. 9,000 hours watched. Followers per hour. Highest number of viewers, 20,314. 5,697 hours streamed, 61,000 total followers. Okay. So, just for the sake of being as fair as I possibly can, to steel man this, this Frogan woman, I've been led to believe by this video by Ethan, this Frogan woman is big trouble. Real scary stuff, right? He's kept it a little mysterious, like a monster in an old monster movie. You don't show what they are first. You just sort of make it sound like they're really bad and really scary, right? But if that's true, thankfully, the most people she's ever had. So I don't know, peak viewer versus highest number of viewers. I don't know. Is this 20,000? Were they all watching at once? I don't know. But thankfully, she has only a fraction of the influence in terms of views and hours watched and even just how often she does it. So that's really good for people who are scared that her terrorist message is going to be infecting the public discourse, right? She's ranked 10,020th. Okay, she's ranked 4,430th among English speakers. And what's funny is that's still the top 0.13%. Right? That's amazing. It just goes to show how many channels there are with like just no activity, no followers, no viewers. So, who is Frogan? She says, my name is Morgan, but I go by Frogan on the internet. I'm a 27-year-old public health expert, advocate by day, and self-proclaimed pro-gamer by night. Okay. So, I guess, you know, Ethan is saying this is exactly what like a secret bad terrorist person would say. Someone who wants to infect and destroy the country. She's a public health expert. What is it? Plus advocate. All right. So again, we're trying to steal, man. We're being honest. It's all good faith. We're going to find out what's up with this woman. And once we find out that she's bad news, we're going to see what her connection is to Twitch and therefore to Hassan. We're going to find all that out, okay? I'm excited. Let's go.
Very core of the organization. First, let me introduce you to Frogan.
Why don't you go take a trip to Home Depot and buy some rope?
She's one of Hassan's main moderators. She's leading great discourse like Ethan's Islamophobic for saying, don't kill civilians. She has zero talent. She has 100 concurrent viewers, but somehow she's always on the homepage. She's winning awards. Nobody's watching her. Nobody cares. Why is she relevant? We don't know. It's important for me to show you guys what an actual horrible person Frogan is so that you can see who Twitch is elevating. So let's start with this clip. Ludwig, a large streamer on Twitch, donated $10,000 to the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. That's a wonderful thing to do, right? No, not good enough for Frogan.
I find ultimately, like, if I were to do a charity thing where the charity thing relies on your donations, it should be something where, like, 95% of people feel good and are down for it. And, like, ultimately, regardless of what you think, that is not the situation here. So I personally donated 10K. Because I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you, you know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your money there. I don't need to enter a fucking debate about whether...
All right. We've got three main claims here, or just kind of background. I don't think that she's Hassan's main moderator is like evidence. It's just kind of some background info. Who is she? The claim so far is that she has no talent and that she's a horrible person. And the first bit of evidence that she's a horrible person is from this clip with Ludwig. Ludwig said he just donated $10,000 to Palestinian Relief Org, but he kind of is like, I don't really care if anyone else does too, because I know that like a lot of people aren't cool with it. So it's all good. It's all chill. That's a really weird attitude to take while I don't know. Man, it's just... it's just not a nice attitude to have that you wouldn't do for any other charity that you're raising money for.
That's worthwhile.
You're like you're throwing shade on your charity, and then Frogan's watching and she says that's a cracker take. Rabini, I literally cannot bring myself to bring one single shit about either of these two, and honestly, I'm glad. Good. It's a popularity contest, much like a rap beef. Both of them get views. I'm glad to say I was never into either of these people. That being said, Ethan usually strikes me as being disingenuous prick. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm very happy to have you here, chatting along. I'm not sure why you're here, but thank you, and and you can agree or disagree with me. The thing is, what's making this interesting is that this little personal spittle between them is being framed around a lot of major political issues and worldwide conflicts. And it's opening up a lot of interesting discussions, in between the bullshit. So that's kind of what I'm at. And yeah, in one case, I don't give a single shit about either of these two's reputation coming off of this, because people have to just avoid this mindset of latching on to a personality and then getting personally hurt when that guy doesn't live up to whatever you think their morals are. We should be treating all these people like clowns, including me. I'm also a clown. I've been watching you since your first Knowledge Fight video. Oh, okay. So you're an actual fan. I'm sorry I'm not doing Knowledge Fight stuff. I'm actually procrastinating from it, it's just something I do. I'm sorry. It's part of what makes the Knowledge Fight videos as good, what they are, because they have this sort of procrastinated energy to them where I'm simultaneously taking a long time and then also cutting a lot of corners. So but yesterday, I was in the middle of going through this, and I'm pausing it all the time to just talk through stuff. And I got a bunch of Ethan fans just coming in and insulting me and being weird. And I got mad and I yelled at them. I didn't get really mad because I didn't block anybody or do anything, but I just sort of ridiculed them. And then they all went away. Anyway. So I don't want to be accused of not giving this a fair shake, so I'm really steel manning this whole thing, right? He's building a case that Frogan's a horrible person. I don't agree at all, but he seems to think one of the reasons why she's a horrible person, and I guess I might be wrong. So let's hear him out. The first bit of evidence is, let's see. Let's kind of organize this. Evidence one is she said that Ludwig had a, quote, cracker ass take when downplaying the importance of donating to Palestine relief. Is that fair? Now, in terms of strength, I'm going to say this is weak as fuck. I'm going to say this is a weak-ass take. But that's just the first bit of evidence. It's building a case, right? So what's your next bit of evidence?
I know Arabs are dying, but, I'm not going to tell you to donate. Do whatever you want. Me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not going to promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000 then. Look, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000. Keep your little chump change. What do you want to do? You want me to say congratulations?
Imagine.
Okay, hold on, Ethan. I'm gonna let you talk. But if that's the whole clip, okay, what was her quote? basically, what do you want me to do? Say congratulations? Right? That I can't. It's always so small and I can't see what I've typed. Congrad? I don't know how to spell congratulations. Let's just say congrats. Oops. Why is that like that? Why is it all on one level? All right. So basically, her sin was not congratulating him.
Being Frogan, a leftist living in LA in comfort, begging for her rent money on stream, and
Wait, you said she's living in comfort, and then you said she's begging for help with paying rent. Dude, you've got I don't know if he lives in Israel. I think he's at least maybe got a place there. I think he lives in LA too, in comfort, because he's a fucking millionaire. He's like a huge rich guy. And you're like, imagine this elitist snob living in LA. Like, most people in the world don't live in LA, and they think, oh, you live in LA. That's where the movie stars are. And they imagine, like, I don't know, like a sunset and like a red convertible driving by and someone with glasses and like luxury. Like, LA is one of the most dystopian, ugly, fucked up, like, the amount of like homelessness and poor and poverty, the fucked up design of the whole city. It's all just highways and cars. Like, there's nothing walkable. The weather is fucking extreme. You got fire season. You've got high rent. You've got low wages. It's a fucking dystopia, man. Not for everybody, not for rich people. If you make 100,000 or more a year, I'm sure you're probably like, it's fine. We can get by here. I can afford a car, 2 cars, and Ubers whenever I need. She's like streaming to be like, emergency, I can't pay my rent. And then you're also trying to tell me that she's living in luxury. Like, this is why I'm saying this is dog shit, because you have nonsensical, contradictory attacks against people. You sound just like Ben Shapiro when he's like, the elite want you to do this. And he's like, who's the elite? Like, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's so poor, she's a bartender. Like, he talks out of both sides of his mouth, ridiculing someone for being lower class, and then in the very next breath, elevating them up to the upper echelons of the higher class, saying that they're too privileged and too snobby. Like, you gotta pick one, man. And if I'm gonna pick one between Ethan and Frogan, we know which one is living in comfort. You're not begging for rent money when you stream. You're more like, hey, I'm sure you have higher goals than make your rent this month. You fucking dickhead. All right. So that right there was egregious.
telling displaced and famished Palestinian children, no kids, you
Telling the children no kids.
need to give that 10,000 back.
You need to give that 10,000 back.
Ludwig didn't pass my purity test.
Keep your fucking money.
But what?
Okay, so that's clearly not what she said. She's talking as if like, okay. I'm sure, like, let's pretend that when you run a relief fund, what you do is you get $10,000 from a streamer, and then you take you cash out $10,000, and then you take that 10,000 and you give it to a few kids. And like, here, take this fat stack right here. Kid, you deserve it. And then and then they get a call. Ludwig's like, I feel guilty about what I did. I'm going to take it back because I didn't give it with love, whatever. That, And then they're going to go, oh, hey, kids. They're going to track down those kids. Like, give me that fucking $10,000 back. He doesn't want to, and it's Frogan's fault. All right? So this is fucking ridiculous. She's literally illustrating the point that the money isn't the be-all, end-all, and she's saying if you don't believe it's a genocide at this point, then that's worse than not donating. Exactly. The power of Ludwig throwing like a measly 10 grand at this issue could have been blossomed into 100 grand, 1,000 grand. But because Ludwig had to be like half-assed about it, it just killed all the enthusiasm that might have been there. And she's like, that's kind of lame. Like, he's really mad at, she's not even having an angry reaction. Like, I thought she would say, fuck you, or something, right? Or I thought she would make like a veiled threat. What did she say? You know what? That's lame. Just don't even bother, man.
Imagine being Frogan. Blaze didn't pass my purity test.
Keep your fucking money.
But wait, there's more.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers.
I have no pity for any fucking soldiers, okay? Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. No, she doesn't respect the troops. Pity for any... And then she used the F word? Oh my God. Soldiers. Let's get into that. What is she talking about? I mean, if this is taken absolute, she doesn't give a fuck about your soldiers, my soldiers, any soldiers from any country. All right?
Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Who fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. Oh my God, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD.
Ooh, I hope you get PTSD. Fuck you. Hopes they get PTSD.
PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America.
This
Hope you get no health insurance. That's, I mean, this is a little bit like just hoping for things that are statistically definitely going to happen to soldiers. I think that's kind of where that comes from. Like, if she's saying, if someone is apologizing for soldiers and being like, hey, take it easy, man, they've got PTSD. And you could be like, yeah, they do. That is terrible. I'm so sorry for them. But from her perspective, she's way more focused on the people that were on the other end of those rifles and bombs who got killed, right? That, I mean, it seems like that's where she's coming from. And compare getting your whole house and face and family blown up compared to the PTSD that one gets when they blow up a house with a family in it. Which do you have more pity for? Guys, it was just really hard and really traumatizing when I killed that family. Okay, well, I don't know. I think I'm going to go talk to the family right now and not really worry too much about how bad this guy feels about doing that. you would hope he feels bad. I would. Can you imagine if someone just like slaughters a family and they're like, Tuesday, PTS what? Post? No, there's nothing bad. I just killed that family. It was no problem. No PTSD. I mean, you could argue that we should all hope, at least after committing war crimes, you get PTSD. Now, remember, we don't have the context. We don't know which soldiers she's referring to. She does say any soldiers, right? And we could be like, well, what about those soldiers that rescued the children from the concentration camp? You said fuck them too? You hope they get PTSD? You hope they don't have health insurance? I mean, possibly, but she wasn't saying that. In all likelihood, she's probably referring to the genocide in Gaza when she says soldiers, right? So when she's like, soldiers are fucked up, I don't see this as her being a terrible person. It seems like she just has an obvious take. I don't think she is herself is Palestinian, but I think she is Arabic and or has Arabic roots or something. Maybe she's Muslim. I don't know much about her. She doesn't. Ethan has said very little about her. She's Hassan's main moderator. She has no talent. She is, quote unquote, a horrible person based on the evidence of these past few things where she has no pity for soldiers. She called Ludwig a cracker ass. And she refused to congratulate him for donating $10,000 because she should know that the money is the bottom line and the most important thing in that. It wasn't. And that's not what she said.
Clip obviously made the rounds on social media and rightfully outraged a lot of people. Here's how she responded the next day.
She's outraged a lot of people because she has no pity. Okay. Dude, hey, I heard about this. There's this guy across town. He has no pity. What? Fuck that guy. Have some fucking pity, you idiot. Like, it's a really weird thing to demand of people. I guess what you're saying is she's just a cruel, heartless person who has no humanity. That's kind of what we're meant to believe?
I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. And they posted it in my head. I'm like, base?
So she's unrepentant. She got clip chimped saying this. She reacted to it again. And she's not fucking sorry about it. Right? She's not sorry about it. She says it's based. Quote, based. All right. We're steel manning Ethan. We have to write down every bit of evidence that he thinks means that we're that this is a horrible person.
Based? Like, am I supposed to be like I'm not walking back on it. I still fucking agree with it. Based?
The smug defiance Frogan is showing is only because she knows that Twitch will do nothing to moderate her.
Her smug defiance is because she knows that Twitch will do nothing. She's defiant and smug because she, quote unquote, knows that Twitch won't do anything to stop her. There's a lot of problems with this argument here. First of all, one of the big errors is the getting into someone's head and telling me what she knows. But colloquially, I think, whatever. I'll overlook it for now. She's defiant. She's defiant. She's smug. Okay. I mean, this is a lot of eye of the beholder kind of stuff. I would say she was confident. Another man might say she's smug, right? What you call confident, I call smugness. She definitely is not sorry about it. I'll give you that. She's defiant and smug. You know, when we see heated adjectives, one thing we can do is kind of just keep an eye out for this kind of stuff. Value-based adjectives, right? Like if someone is behaving like a child, one could say they're childlike. Or one could say they're childish, right? And one of those is going to sound better than the other, right? You have a childlike wonder. You have a childish attitude, right? So it's a lot of these words, like the word smug. When someone's smug, they're pleased with themselves. They're confident in that what they've said is correct. They're holding fast. They're not wavering, right? Defiant. Sure. She's defiant. She refuses to admit that she does have pity or what. I hope you, what? Imagine this. She goes, I hope they don't get PTSD. I hope they do get health insurance. Well, they probably are still going to get PTSD and they probably still won't get health insurance. So she's definitely not changing anything with her words, right? She's even like not advocating for anything. She's expressing her hopes, right? Is she trying to like sneakily get her viewers to give them PTSD and or take away their health insurance? Because like there's that kind of thing where someone who's broadcasting can sort of use sneaky language to not suggest, but obviously suggest that somebody do something, right? Somebody ought to fucking tear that statue down. Somebody ought to put a brick through their window. That, you know, those kind of words. We should watch out for those kind of words for any of these streamer people, because they have to understand that they're talking to a bunch of people and they don't know who they are and they don't know what they know. So you got to be as clear and responsible as possible, and definitely do everything you can to avoid inspiring people to take any sort of bad action on your behalf. That's a terrible thing to do. Saying, I hope that these sort of things that are outside of anyone's control happens to them. I don't agree that she's making threats or has any reason to say she's defiant of some rule that she broke. She just said what her opinion is. That was it. And you might disagree with her opinion. Maybe you hope that a soldier commits an atrocity and then comes home and has health insurance and has a clear conscience. Okay? I could infer that through this little hissy fit you're throwing right now, Ethan.
Despite veterans being classified as a protected group in Twitch's own community guidelines.
Oh, wait. Veteran status. Twitch does not permit behavior that is motivated by hatred, prejudice, intolerance, including behavior that promotes, encourages, discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected characteristics. And you got all the standard ones. And then at the end, we have veteran status. That's interesting. What does that mean? Why would the he notice he's got the SS lightning bolts on the Twitch logo? He's really trying to connect this idea of hate groups and Twitch, right? And if on the terms of service, Twitch is like, you can't just, I mean, if you could misconstrue denigration of a veteran as violating the hateful conduct policy, seems like this policy could definitely be used as a weapon against left-wing voices who are criticizing a genocide. And this is actually kind of concerning. Not for the reason that Ethan says it, but if what she said that just then does in fact violate this policy, I'd say that's pretty worrying.
But wait, there's more.
Okay.
Okay, there's more. All right. So Twitch is a megaphone for terrorist orgs. Twitch has a very strange little policy. Twitch treats veterans as a protected class in TOS. Okay. Now, Ethan is in favor of this. I don't know. I'm undecided on this. But if this, I mean, I don't know. I have to talk this out with someone who knows more about this than I do. I don't know exactly what all different things are protected classes and which have been, and you know, there's a lot of questions about this. Like, is this standard for across many different companies? Do they all include veterans? I would also like to hear some examples of people who have violated it, read into those cases and see what exactly was done and what was said in order to trigger this, or what are some examples of torts that violate this particular veterans. Did I spell that right? I think it's just veterans. Is it veterans? That doesn't look right either. Let's just call them vets. Oops. I don't know. Sound off at the comments if you've got any ideas about that. Could be interesting. Okay, so here's more. Frogan's Tipathon.
6250. 9/11 baking stream with Raph and Capri.
9/11 baking stream with Rafi and Capri. Okay.
If we get to this goal by 9/11, Capri, Raph, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake. And we'll make an airplane. And we'll recreate 9/11.
Too soon? When was it? It was the South Park episode that came out. They're like, it's finally happened. 9/11's funny now because enough time has gone by. We're going to recreate the 9/11 attacks with two big stacks of cake and a little airplane. Twitch won't do shit. Quote, Twitch won't do shit. What is this quote?
6250. 9/11 baking stream with Raph and Capri. If we get to this goal by 9/11, Capri, Raph, and I will make the Twin Towers out of a stacked cake. And we'll make an airplane. And we'll recreate 9/11.
This
Twitch won't
tweet
do
was
shit
the final
is a
straw for me.
quote.
You'll notice the date is October.
That was the final straw for him. Okay. So planned to make I guess was to mock 9/11. Make twin towers out of cake and recreate 9/11. All right. This is something that I would never do. If I had a friend who wanted to do this, I would be like, why? What's the point of that? Kind of weird. I'm not like mad about it, but there might be a good, I don't know, there might be a valid like artistic statement behind something like this. If you want to like, I don't know, like illustrate the scale, the tragedy of that event, you could, I don't know, like contrast it with things like how many people die of COVID every day or whatever, and just like how many people die in auto accidents, you know, try to make a parallel and say like, you remember this did that. I don't understand based on that what her point is of making 9/11 cakes and recreating 9/11. What's her message about it? What's her take on 9/11? And then here's her, that was the last straw, or this tweet is the last straw. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America, but as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Okay, I hate tweets like this. I hate tweets. I hate blue skies as well. You just get these just present tense statements with these blank words of non-specific people. Okay? So now I'm going after Frogan's ass right now. Now, is this tweet problematic? Like, this is proof that she's a bad person? Absolutely not. This is just something that so many fucking people do that's annoying and annoys the shit out of me. Leftists. Fucking who? Who the fuck do you mean when you fucking say leftists? This is such the most frustrating thing because everybody reads this and it's like, yeah, them, or what, us? Or blah, blah. Talk about who the fuck you're talking about. Okay? Talk about who you're talking about. Be specific. If you're not going to be specific, maybe you don't want to talk about people. Maybe you want to talk about ideas. Well, then talk about ideas. Okay? They foam. They preach and foam at the mouth. Come on. This is cliche. It's also, like before, just one of those value based adjective or verb. It's used to be derogatory at whatever it is you're saying. You're saying it in a slobbery, manic way, and therefore we should not believe what you said. And this is fucking useless. This is completely doesn't help anything. All this does is add another roadblock between here and actual understanding, actual communication. Sorry, let's make this easier to see. I'm gonna maybe add a little background. All right. At the thought of revolution happening in America. Oh, revolution. Okay, another blank word. I've mentioned this a few times. What is a blank word? It's a word that in the subtexts is blank. What are you talking about? If I say court, what do I mean by court? Basketball court? Tennis court? Court of law? Supreme court? Appeal court? There's so many different courts. Right? Blank words. It's as if you're talking to someone and you want to get to know them and they say, "Hello, I am person. I have a job at company. At my company, I'm an employee and I do tasks. I did a lot of tasks today, and I look forward to the weekend where I can start to do my hobbies." Oh, very good. I got to know him very well. He said he is person from company who does tasks at work and then in his free time likes to do hobbies. These are blank words. So these people who are foaming at the mouth and preaching, also a value-based verb, whatever. They're preaching about a revolution. What fucking kind of revolution? Who's preaching that? How foamy is their mouth? Again, this is just inflammatory bullshit. A lot of people do this. You have done it. I have done it. But it's not doing anything to do any. It's not saying anything. This is one of those, I'm not saying anything. So who the fuck are you talking about as the leftists who says that in the Middle East it's wrong? I imagine what you're actually talking about is Democrats, liberals. Who the fuck is a leftist with any power? By the way, they're preaching and foaming at the mouth at the thought of a revolution. What does foaming at the mouth at a thought mean? We could say like your mouth waters at the thought of fried chicken. Foaming at the mouth means that you're speaking in such a manic, like angry way that your mouth starts to foam from all the spittle getting aerated. They foam at the mouth at the thought of. So just that point right, at the thought of a revolution. Happening in America. That's a proper noun. You got to make it capital. This should also be capital letter because it's the first letter of a sentence. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. Okay. That is vague. Where? Who? As soon as it happens. When? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you talking about Gaza? Where's revolution happening? This is something I'm missing context from the video itself. As soon as it happened, she said this on October 7th, 2023. Okay, so is she referring to the October 7th attack as a revolution happening? Because, I mean, she might have thought that that was the beginning of a revolution.
7th, 2023, the morning of the massacre, at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. At this moment, Hamas militants had infiltrated a music festival and several kibbutzim, where they began their wanton slaying of civilians. Here's what she tweeted. Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as it happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong. It's not what she said. It's when she said it. While she's on Twitter celebrating, I was listening to the local news in Israel. Families were calling into news stations begging for help.
Okay. So Ethan's going to try to contrast the, first of all, celebrating. I believe there were some manifestings and gatherings of pro-Palestine people who were jubilant, celebrating. We talked about this in part 2. That people who are not armed combatants will very often cheer and celebrate when the armed combatants on their side win something or does something or kills someone. That's not the nicest thing. That's not a good thing that humans do. But it's pretty fucking rational. Makes sense. So as soon as Palestine has been seen to have started fighting back, regardless, I'm sure they at this point when they're, because he's going to point out in the early morning when it was just discovered that it's happening, they're quote unquote celebrating, while meanwhile what we're listening to is this. Well, first of all, yeah, this is pretty natural. Like, imagine this tragedy is going down, this emergency, this horrible thing. You are gonna go listen to the Israeli side and see what the fuck is happening, and you're gonna be listening to it all day. And you're gonna be like, "This is what I've been hearing," okay? And meanwhile, Frogan is gonna be listening to her and her community and what they're saying. And she's, quote unquote, celebrating by trying to throw shade on American leftists. And again, to criticize Frogan, be specific. Who are you talking about? I know you don't have enough characters, but maybe there was just a better way to just put this out and be like, I feel like there's hypocrisy that Palestine isn't getting the same kind of support when it's a revolution, just like many advocate for in the U.S. Advocate for revolution. This is that revolution. Why aren't they covering it like that? I mean, that's basically her point. She said it in like a flippant, kind of like douchey way of being like, well, leftists do this and that, and then leftists, da. I hate imprecise language. I hate when people allow the vagues and ambiguity of their own words and language to be twisted. People get mad when their words get twisted. Well, part of it is that you're using very empty fucking words and you're not being clear with your descriptions and your intentions and your meanings and your definitions. Okay? Obviously, anybody can get clipped out of context, but you can make it easier to clip the context back in if you had bothered giving some context and not just letting these words sit here and be like, leftists preach. Like, who's preaching and foaming at the mouth for a revolution? Last time I checked, America is slipping into a fucking fascist dictatorship faster than anybody could have recognized. So anyone who's talking about how like there's a movement of revolution of leftism and socialism in the U.S. can really just go ahead and give me some evidence, man, because I don't see it. All I see is nothing but both sides of the political spectrum being virulently, moronically anti-socialist ever since I could remember for the last 40 years. It's all communism bad, capitalism good, fuck you, freedom, bootstraps, get fucked. That's the Democrats, that's the Republicans. There was this guy called Bernard Sanders for a little bit, but the Democrats made sure to fucking pound his ass back to where he belongs, which is on the fringes. Because he like was trying to disrupt all the money that's flowing up into the upper classes. And that Big, big, big no in the USA. So I don't get who are the leftists who are both preaching about a violent revolution and are also criticizing Hamas for fighting back against Israel. I'd love to talk to this person. I'd love to see this hypocrite that you're pointing out. So just say their fucking name when you make tweets like this. All right? Now, I'm not mad at Frogan for this tweet. I'm mad in general that people in general make these kinds of tweets and make these kinds of statements and make these kinds of comments. Because it makes me crazy and I have to talk about it for 45 minutes when if you just wrote a good tweet in the first place, I wouldn't have had to do any of that shit. I would have just been like, yeah, you made your point. Jesus. All right. So this is not in the horrible person category. This is kind of just in, we'll call her basic. She's just got some basic shit to say. We're going to call her a in terms of maybe this goes to the talent department. Basic. I might agree. She doesn't seem to be like an incredibly talented broadcaster. That's not really a thing for Twitch streamers. I mean, you don't need to be like a brilliant broadcaster. You usually just need to be authentic and willing to stream for a long time for some reason. All right. So I don't think there's any reason to think she's a horrible person because she feels disrespected and unsupported in what she believes is a revolution.
Let me show you what I mean.
Phone calls, assuming it's written, may upset. If you'd like to skip it, there's a bookmark in the timeline that tells you when the call is finished. I think he forgot to put in bookmarks on his timeline. But what's the point of this? He's going to be playing something that Frogan very likely did not hear and was not hearing, but Ethan was hearing it at the same time. That Frogan was writing this basic tweet that sucks, but does not indicate that she's a bad person. Just that she's just like, tweeting out a thought and trying to make a point. Right? It's not a well thought out tweet. It's not a very descriptive tweet. It's not a very specific tweet. But it's a tweet. And now you're going to tell me that some fucking horrible atrocity happened at the same time, because you're going to try to contrast this to make her seem like she's heartless. You have to demonstrate to us that she also was listening to this, and her reaction to it was leftists are hypocrites. Which, honestly, you could take any way you want, because who the fuck is a leftist? So he's holding her tweet over the top of this. So was she tweeting in response to this video?
The morning of October 7th, Israelis were listening to calls like this all morning long. Dozens of them. Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman...
Imagine reading this tweet after listening to that. Yeah, man, you should get the fuck off Twitter at times like that. Such a good idea to get off Twitter. This is dishonest, man. You're putting her tweet on top of this as if she has any idea that this is happening. You're saying this is happening the morning of 5:28 a.m. She probably just got like news that the rockets are being launched and a lot of, I guess, leftists who she thought were revolutionaries were suddenly saying, "Oh no, it's bad." There's no reason for me to believe, based on any of this, that Frogan is watching this and responding to this and knows what if, you know, it's like I was watching this really sad thing, And meanwhile, this other person's all happy. Well, yeah, he's in a different place. He wasn't watching what you were watching.
Long, dozens of
This
them.
is dog shit.
Imagine reading this tweet after listening to this. This woman should have moved on years ago to another profession, but for some reason Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support. And instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award. Together for Legendary Woman, in which she would get front page play award on life years ago. Israelis were listening to after listening to this.
So that's his whole point. She had a tweet, an unrelated tweet, at the same time or like after I watched something horrible all morning.
Woman should have moved on years ago to
This woman should have moved on years ago
another profession.
to another profession. It sounds like she has another job. I don't know. It said she was a health expert. I don't know what that means. Is she like an alternative medicine person? I don't know. According to her bio, she had I thought another job.
But for some reason, Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support.
Twitch is obsessed with keeping her on life support. We looked at Frogan's numbers. She never was like, she didn't have like a big rise and fall. She kind of just like became a streamer and is like sitting comfortably at like 5,000, ranked 5,000th of English speakers.
And instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award.
Instead of moderating her, they actually gave her an award. It's a very strange use of the instead of, they actually. Did she get an award for her tweet? Like, or did she get an award for saying the thing about soldiers, how she has no pity for soldiers? Be featured as legendary women on the front page. Together for legendary women front page carousel. Not just for March, but for the entire year.
Together for Legendary Woman, in which
Ethan, it's your video. You can do another take where you read it correctly. It says together for legendary women, not woman. Ethan, I've been working on this for months.
they actually gave her an award. Together.
I'm not nitpicking to either. He's been flubbing so many fucking words. Like the very first thing, like his general thesis of his overall is like my main point, my political belief is a love of America. Like he fucking mumbles through we love America. Like he can't even take a fucking second take. I mean, it's so long and just so like disconnected and disjointed. This must have been a nightmare to actually edit.
Therefore, Legendary Woman, in which you would get front page placement all year.
Together for Legendary Woman. That doesn't make sense, man. Front page carousel, not just for March, but for the entire year. All right, how did that work out for her?
Long. This is actually my favorite detail about Frogan. She won a Rising Star Award at the Streamer Awards, an award show put on by her friends. And then the next year, guys, she gets nominated for Rising Star again. Are they fucking with her? You can't be Rising Star twice. It's up or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem. They tried to pretend like you were up.
Rising means that you're at the bottom and you're on your way up. Rising doesn't mean you're at the top or the bottom. That's what rising means. Otherwise, it'd be called the Risen Star Award or the Fallen Star Award. But they're using the present participle, rising.
But you were always down. Rising Star twice. What's this, fucking Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit? Because Frogan
this is a nonsensical. He's like, how stupid would it be to be continually rising over the course of several years? That's bullshit. I mean, it obviously didn't work out for her in the end. But whether or not this is true, if she got an award from her friends 2 years in a row, although the second year she didn't win it, so this is still just a straw man, because it's like you're trying to say it happened for 5 years or whatever.
Rising Star.
When you've only pointed out how it happened 1.5 times. She won Rising Star. The next year she was nominated for it, but didn't win it. So, what? She's rising for like 10 years straight? How does that happen? I don't know, man. I think you've been a rising star at one point. Did it all happen in 1 year? What a stupid. He's like, and to cap it all off, besides being a fucking terrorist, which again, he's not, like, all it takes for Ethan to be a terrorist is to write it doesn't even have to be murderous. It just has to be like insensitive to a tragedy that may or may not be related to anything that person is tweeting about. Like, how could you eat chicken on a day like this? What are you talking about? Yeah, look at you. That's the level that we're dealing with. This is dog shit. And then now he's like, how could she win the Rising Star 2 times in a row? She's not in control of that, of getting nominated for shit, right? If you want to go after that company that gave her the awards, make a different video. That has nothing to do with Frogan's being a horrible person. She's a horrible person because she seems to have all these like friends that really like her. All right, let's put this on here. Has a lot of friends. A lot of friends who run a streamer award show. And they're such good friends that they went ahead and gave her an award 1 year and nominated her the next year. Okay, sure. That's going to go under evidence of she's a horrible person.
Or it's down, man. In fact, you were never up. That was the problem.
You were never up. Yeah, that's because she was a rising star. This is an award given out to people at low levels who have the potential to go up. You're a rising star, kiddo. Keep it up. You'll be in the big time soon enough.
They tried to pretend like you were up, but you were always down. Rising Star twice. What's this, fucking Mario Kart? You hit a boost up there or some shit?
You hit a boost up there. Is this Mario Kart? What? I mean, if you're going to do a Mario reference to going up inexplicably, wouldn't you be like, what is this, Mario 64? Are you double jumping? Hoo, ha, hee-hoo! You know, or triple jumping? Or Mario Odyssey, are you throwing the hat and then jumping off the hat? But no, he says Mario Kart. Did you hit a boost up there? What would a boost up there be? Because as far as I'm concerned, Mario Kart goes forward, you know, from forward to back, you know, frontward. It's on a flat plane. I guess there are ramps. Are you talking about a ramp? But he was pointing directly up as if they go up on a rocket. So again, his metaphors and jokes are so fucking tortured that he's like, what? Is this like some kind of bizarro Mario Kart? Did you hit a boost? And then he cuts to the NBC, The More You Know. Why even talk about, like, Mario Kart is so just shoved into this joke that it doesn't make any sense. Because you're like, if there's some parallel to Mario Kart, you could sort of like weave that in, but then you just abandon it immediately and be like, what is it, like Mario Kart, but like vertical, where when you hit a boost, it makes you fly higher in the air? And let's get a visualization of that. We're just going to zoom across a still image of a rainbow. and land on a star. And rising since 2021. Let's go back to this early thing real quick. Twitch tracker. And I want to take another look. Frogan. And let's actually see. Because we actually have some data we can look at. So here, I'm going to do some fact checking. So, here's Jan 1921, or 2021. And what are these red? Hours streamed. What is the green line? Average viewers. Right? So, Jan 21 to Jan 22. Boom. Rising star. Up, 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 up. Okay, Jan 22 to Jan 23. Up, up. So down, down, down. We'll see. The green line's going down. There's some fluctuation with the red one, but green line basically down, down, up, way up. So basically in the middle of 2022, reaches her highest. And then is declining back to even lower numbers. Well, no, actually, by January 2023. So from January 2022 to January 2023, she starts the year and ends the year about the same, but had a big spike in the middle. So you could argue that from 2022 made very little progress, but if you were halfway through the year, you might think she's going up. She's going up and up and up and up and up. Like if it's July, you'd be like, I don't know, I could see it going up. Unfortunately, she went back down. So now we're at January 2023 to Jan 2024. It's all down. All down her viewership. And January 2024 to Jan 2025, it went up and down, just fluctuating, basically coming out about the same of 155 average viewers, right? The only person who claims that she's been going up and up and up is Ethan. She got an award for Rising Star in this year that she like rose from nothing to 546, right? That was a big year. Rising Star. The next year, depending on when these awards are given out, you might say, I think she's going to be Rising Star again. Let's at least nominate her. But she didn't ultimately win. I don't think you could say the whole year of 2022 she was a Rising Star. She kind of just fluctuated. So I think we'd all agree then that she didn't get the award for that year. She did get it for the first year, though. She was a Rising Star. So it all kind of makes sense. Now, Ethan's like, oh, yeah, right. What is like we're supposed to believe she's just some sort of star that's just been rising? Well, first of all, that's not an absurd notion. That's not logically inconsistent. We could imagine that if things were different, this line would be up here and it'd be going up and up and up and up. And then it would be true that she's been a Rising Star since 2021. So nobody's claiming that she is. She never said she was. You're just saying that it's absurd that we would think that. This is why this bullshit is so hard to fucking wade through. Because it's just bullshit on top of bullshit. Bullshit on top of bullshit on top of bullshit. You're making a shitty point that even if it were true, would contradict the main argument you think you're making. Even though it's not true, and it still contradicts the point you're making.
Because Frogan is the two-time Rising Star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers,
One-time Rising Star champ. She won one year, and she was nominated but didn't win the next year.
it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment.
One of the main stages at Bonnaroo? Twitch gave her the main stage at the DNC? TwitchCon. What the fuck is TwitchCon? Who the fuck has watched TwitchCon? Who ever sees TwitchCon? It's a big circle jerk for Twitch itself. Twitch watchers are watching TwitchCon, and they can see their favorite streamer at TwitchCon doing their streamy Twitch stuff. I'm already mad at the the weight of the, and they gave her a stage for 45 whole minutes. Okay, man. I mean, you haven't built the case that she's a shitty person. So all of this, like, they let her do this and they gave her this. Okay. This is not adding anything to our claim that Twitch is a megaphone for terrorist orgs. A megaphone allowing someone 45 minutes to talk while they're doing their TwitchCon at their convention. Is that being a megaphone? I mean, maybe. I guess.
Segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier.
Arab? Okay, let's... This is going to require another document. We're going to look at what happened, and we're going to look at what Ethan says happened. And we're going to see if there's any issues there. Okay. Because this is quite a claim. An Arab to Jew tier list. We're going to learn what the fuck that means. We're going to learn if it's racism, what's going on, what is this Arab to Jew tier list. This is something we gotta, okay. This is one of the main attacks against Frogan. And like I said, we have to steelman this. We're going to give this the best possible interpretation, favoring Ethan as possible, to see if he's made his argument. Okay? Arab to Jew, what is it?
Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew racial tier list. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now,
all right, we're gonna go through this. Loves Sabra. Okay.
why does love Sodom? Habibi, and you, her, one of them, because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the...
Oh my God, he admitted it. She has a very low viewer count, man. So this whole idea that she's a megaphone, you're weakening your own argument by acknowledging the reality that she is a small-time Twitch streamer. All right? This is dog shit. You got how am I going to communicate that this is dog shit? You're stepping over your own point, man. Even if I agreed with everything that you agree with, you're doing a shitty job of putting forth a fucking coherent argument.
Main mass, because Frogan...
She's a rising star. Yeah, right. She's only got a couple viewers. Yeah, dude. You're just going to insult her in any way you can, even if the insult points out that your previous criticism is nonsense. Not only your previous criticism, your whole fucking thesis.
Is the two-time rising star champ, and because of her massive viewership of 100 concurrent viewers, it only makes sense that Twitch would give her one of the main stages at TwitchCon to do a 45-minute long segment. Her idea that was Twitch approved, an Arab to Jew. So the premise is who can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is, quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does Love Sabra equate to Jews? Sabra is a well-known Israeli company that makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years, so the activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was born in Israel. It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in Israel. Oh yeah, why does, and at the term you can say Habibi, an Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this
Who can say Habibi? The top, and as Ethan says, most desirable. Now, we're going to ask if most desirable. Okay, let's remember this in context. I believe at least one of these people on stage is herself an Arab, right? So when they're doing a tier list of Arabs, Arab coded, and the top list is able to say Habibi. Nobody said most desirable. Like, it's just whether you have a pass to say a word, right?
is who can say Habib.
I mean, we're going to get into this. We're going to look at this from every side. But if she... It seems like a play on the whole, like, giving white or giving certain people or people having a quote-unquote pass to say the N-word, or a pass to say certain slurs or derogatory things, a pass to say the F slur, right? That's a kind of conversation that is had in our society today. A lot of times in a jokey way, in a fun, loving kind of like, let's just kind of talk about these different people who are on this sort of spectrum of almost black to, or like honorarily black or something like that, right? Coded, black coded, you know, when someone is coded, it's like they might be a cartoon character who doesn't literally fit into this group, but can have so much influence of this culture that they are coded to be that culture, right? Or subculture. So Ethan wants us to grab our pearls at the very concept of this, that you would have a tier at the top and the bottom, and at the top is Arab, and at the bottom is Love Sabra, which according to Ethan is basically a dog whistle for is Israeli dog whistle for Israeli. I guess that's Ethan's claim. Top most desirable is Arab. So this Arabic girl believes that Arabs have the most right to say Habibi. Ethan says, according to this list, Arabs are the most desirable, and Love Sabra is the least desirable. That's what Ethan says. Is that anywhere in the actual thing about who's desirable? Because it sounds like the premise is who has a pass to actually say this word. And you would think maybe the least... like, it's the least cool for someone to use like a slang or a word in a language would be the enemies of that people who are genociding that people. Right? Just like, who has a pass to say the N-word? Well, definitely not the like white race slave owners in the South, you know, I'd say like, nah, man, it sounds really whack when you say it. It sounds pretty shitty when I hear it from a guy like you. So don't say it, right? So that's what's going on here. Now, Ethan is really mad, though, because he's like, love Sabra, that's me. Ethan loves Sabra. And he's at the bottom of the tier list. He's at the bottom of the tier list. And that pisses him off.
An Arabic word of affection like baby or sweetheart. And this tier list determines who can say it. Top and most desirable tier is Arab. And at the bottom, the worst one is...
What's the one before the worst one? Thinks it's a slur.
Quote, loves Sabra. Now, why does love Sabra equate to Jews?
Why does... Yeah, no, actually, he didn't say Israel. He said Jews. So, equates to Jews. That's exactly what Ethan says. He says, love Sabra equates to Jews. Do Jews love Sabra?
Sabra is a well-known Israeli company.
Okay, why? Well, it is a well-known Israeli company. So this is our first bit of evidence that love Sabra equals the Jews. Israeli company. Okay, what else?
That makes hummus. They've been on the divestment list for many, many years. So
they've been on the divestment list for many years. That's kind of troubling, right? Would you think that it's kind of a red flag for that company? So many years they've been known to be problematic company that advocates for Palestine are saying we should boycott for years. So that must mean that predates October 7th as well, right? It probably predates the existence of Frogan on Twitch. So this company has a reputation for not just being Israeli, but also being sketchy and worth boycotting, right? Is that what the divestment list is?
activists are well aware of their status. Oh yeah, and Sabra literally means a Jew that was...
Sabra literally means... Sabra is a noun for a Jewish person born in Israel or before 1948 in Palestine. Okay. So when they say loves Sabra, the word itself, Sabra, means born in this land declared to be called Israel, or in Palestine before 1948.
was born in Israel. It also plays up an anti-Semitic trope that denies Jewish identity in the Middle East.
Anti-Semitic trope. It plays up an anti-Semitic trope.
There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs.
So it's related to a trope about Israelis being white colonizers. Okay.
To make it seem like they belong there. Watch.
Okay, so like they're saying this is like an inferior type of hummus that white people like, and they use it as an excuse to fit in. Okay, So like the white colonizers, the narrative goes that these white people are just coming in and imposters pretending to be Middle Eastern. And so they like eat hummus, but they eat this like certain brand of hummus that is more palatable for Western white people. Is that the idea? So if someone loves Sabra, you're basically saying like you're this white colonizer imposter trying to play act as a Middle Easterner. Okay. That's just from what Ethan says. I would be interested if anyone else could vouch for that, if that is a thing.
Identity in the Middle East. There's this idea that Israelis are all white colonizers who are stealing the culture and identity of Arabs to make it seem like they belong there. Watch Frogan and her co-hosts accuse Israelis of culturally appropriating Arab culture.
The one thing that's like funny is that there's two types of like genocide, right?
Okay, she's going to accuse Israelis of cultural appropriation. This could only be the act of a terrorist, right? Of a horrible person. You know who gets really pissed off when you mention cultural appropriation? Fucking liberals and conservatives. They get real sensitive about it. Get real up their ass about it. Like, well, you can't even appreciate other culture. Like, they get real sensitive when you mention cultural appropriation, when you point it out, when you criticize it. I mean, it's not, if you actually engage with someone who wants to talk about an instance of cultural appropriation, you might find that they have some nuance on the take. It's not an all or nothing kind of thing. And you can talk about where you draw the line and what it looks like when someone steps over that line or when someone rides the line. That's all a conversation to have. The way liberals and conservatives respond to talks of cultural appropriation is to get a big fucking whiny pile of shit in their diaper and squeeze it out and run around like a fucking maniac and be like, you just think all white people are bad then? So let's go. Let's hear how horrible Frogan is for dear God. She actually said that Israelis are doing cultural appropriation. They're doing a fucking a lot worse than that, but yeah, they're probably doing that too. Let's hear.
Right? There's like genocide of real people, and then there's like cultural genocide, right? Like this is fucking funny. But it's like those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact.
Okay, I don't know who that guy is, but he's mad that they're trying to like say that hummus came from Israel. I don't know. I'm ignorant of this. I don't know where hummus came from.
That they have the audacity.
Oh my God, Ethan, you might as well just put this in black and white and add scary music to the back. What about when that guy said they?
Right? Like this is fucking funny. But it's like those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they.
So he goes, those motherfuckers. Who? It goes back to fucking context. Who? According to Ethan, they're talking about all Israeli people. For all I know, because he's conflated this many times, he conflates Jews, Israel, and Zionists all the time. He'll dance back and forth. One can mean the other at his whim. And they might be different things in some cases whenever it's convenient for his argument at that moment. But otherwise, he'll just conflate all these things. So for all I know, these guys could be talking about Zionists. These guys could be talking about a specific person. They could be reacting to a specific video. But Ethan does not give us the context. Of course he doesn't. He's just going to set up an imaginary context and then they. That's not even the scary word. You're supposed to say those people. That's the scary phrase. You're supposed to, if you ever catch someone saying those people, that's when you slow it way down and add all your little cryptic imagery and put it in black and white and add scary music. And then cut to a shot of them like looking all shifty-eyed, eyes looking left and right, you know? You should do that. That'll really help just sell, ooh, she's bad. They
say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity.
Ethan, what the fuck should she have said there? Should she have said, the fact that those motherfuckers? Should she say, the fact that the people in which you have just referred to? She said a pronoun, bro. I'm like, God damn, dude. Anytime we could go back to, anytime you said the word they and make it all fucking scary. Is that what our problem is? That she just said they when referring to a plural plurality of people? What is the problem, dude?
It's the most insane thing to me.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create Sabra and make that like the staple hummus of America.
They have the audacity to create Sabra. So they is the people who created Sabra. They, yeah, Ethan, they. Should we say he? Should we say it? Should we say she? That would be more confusing. She said they. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? This is dog shit.
Insane.
It's super offensive to us. And like that's actual like cultural appropriation. Like people get mad when someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture. I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like it's okay. People like white people are allowed to have dreadlocks if they want dreadlocks. But like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
Just one question for you guys.
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s.
It's the same Arabic Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Who? Who kicked out the Arabic Jews in the 1950s? That. I hate the shit where you talk about history and you're like, I did this, we did this, and you did that. Like when you talk to a French person and you're like, let's talk about 1859 when you did this. Like, what the fuck do you mean you? What the fuck do you mean we? I will give you a pass if you say we and you're speaking on behalf of the country you're from, I guess. But it's pretty cringe and it's not objective. Like you're not going to get like an objective sounding thing when you're like, we did this and then we did that and then you did this and then you did that. You kicked them out. Okay, so Ethan's argument is that the people making the hummus were Arabs from other countries who were forced to go to Israel, and now they're continuing that tradition. I don't know, man. It's from what it sounds like, they could have been settlers. They might not have been refugees. They could be settlers that just come in and like, hey, let's just start a big company that makes hummus, and Frogan doesn't like it. She thinks it's a bit bullshit. Does this make her a horrible person? She doesn't like. She's taking part. I mean, it sounds like she's not alone in this. She's not offering this, like, she's not bringing this idea from nothing. Like this other dude they're talking to, seems to totally agree with her. He says it's even worse than hairstyles, right? It pisses him off even more than things like clothes and fashion. He's like, this is food. These are fucking foods. You're trying to say that these are Israeli dishes, and they're not. You're erasing us. None of this screams terrible person, unless you think all Arabs and stuff are bad people. Like, I think Ethan is just having this. He just looks at all these people and he's like, "Fuck you, hate you." Like, he thinks they're all terrorists, and they're just fucking people talking about the foods they like.
Guys,
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel?
Ethan, show your fucking face every once in a while. What? He's constantly just doing overlays over silent fucking footage of other people talking.
Martha Stewart? No, it's the same.
What is his deal with like drawing up the Jewish? So he did this in another thing where he's like, fine, I'll draw an Israeli drape and I'll draw a yarmulke on a person, because like he's like trying to be like, haha, do you think that this person's Jewish? You think that they're like Jewish like this? Like, nobody said that. And also, to his point, there's a lot of fucking white ladies that live in Israel. There's a lot of, have you met Israel? He's lived in Israel. A big fuck ton of people in Israel are white. Like, they look white. They are identify as white. They're fucking white people. I don't know why you're mad about this. What do you think you're white? Yeah, dude. I'm sure there's like a big bunch of women that look exactly like Martha Stewart running around. And maybe some of them put on a yarmulke, I guess. Isn't that only for men? I don't know. Do women wear that?
No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus, and they like.
So they're 75, 80 years old, at least. I mean, if they were babies in 1950, they would be 75 to 80-year-old men now. And they're making the hummus.
Like all the same shit you do, because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them.
You kicked them all out, these kids. Nobody here has got to be under 30.
Of stealing your culture. You want to.
So this thing that happened 70 years ago, I'm really pissed at these 30-year-olds for doing that. I mean, god damn, I at least use the word they when I say they did that. Like, when I talk about what Israel did, I'm not saying Ethan did that.
Talk about cultural genocide. Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
hey scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria.
Is this the Sabra hummus shop? They're talking about the brand Sabra. And they're like, oh, but there's this place where the guy's from Yemen.
Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell?
Ethan, the point was not that every single person who sells hummus is a white person who's a colonizer. White colonizer? Like, why are you hyphenating these words together? Are they white? Are they a colonizer? You don't have to be white to be a colonizer. You could be white and not a colonizer. You could be a colonizer and not be white. So why are you just bundling these words together and being like, let's show an image of someone who isn't a white colonizer? If she had said, literally everywhere you go to buy hummus in Israel, I guess, must be sold and like the owner and everybody working there must be white people who just arrived to colonize. If that's what she had said, then Ethan's two examples would be like, well, here's a counterexample. Here's another counterexample. And it'd be like, okay, yeah, maybe Frogan's extremist absolute claim doesn't carry a lot of water because it's not really true. She didn't say that.
No, it's the same fucking Arabic speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus and they like all the same shit you do because they are you. They're from your country. You kicked them all out and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus, it's the craziest thing. And then here's Ethan's response. Hey, scumbag. Is that a scumbag thing to say? Like, these guys are just talking about fucking food and, like, cultural appropriation. They're giving their opinions on it. Scumbags. Like, imagine when you think of a scumbag, like, oh my God, there was this dude. And he was, like, claiming cultural appropriation. What? Dude, lock that motherfucker up. That's a true scumbag. That's a true scumbag right there. Oh my God.
Here's a hummus place we used to eat.
Why should the audience think this guy's a scumbag? Even if his take is totally whack. He is the worst take. He's totally wrong about that.
Eat at. The chef is from.
Here's a place where I go, and the chef is from Yemen.
Insane thing to me.
Hey, another
They're
dude.
talking about supermarket hummus too, by the way. They're not talking about like going to a place for like fresh homemade hummus.
Here's a hummus place we used to eat at.
Here's a hummus place we used to eat at. What's the fucking point of this? Did you know, you're not contradicting
Chef is
anything.
from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer?
Here's a dude from Syria. Okay, let's believe you. I'll believe you he's from Syria. And he's pouring hummus on a plate. So, therefore, there's no cultural appropriation of hummus. I mean, there still could be. I don't know who he is. He could be a kid who's working on his first day. He could be a customer. I don't fucking know what this video is. Is this a restaurant? Is he behind the counter? I suppose so. But, like, this doesn't prove anything.
To you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that
And he constantly does this too. It's like, here's a person. Would you like to tell them? And then he just makes up some horrible bullshit that nobody ever said. Here, Ethan, this is a little baby. This is a little baby who likes hummus. Are you going to tell them he's a fucking scumbag? Ethan, look, there's a little baby here. And this baby thinks that your favorite kind of hummus is problematic. Are you going to look at this baby and call them a scumbag? Are you going to look at this baby and threaten to throw them off a fucking train and let them fall down into a freezing river? Is that what you're going to do, Ethan, you fucking scumbag? Why would you tell a baby that you're going to throw him into the ocean? Oh, yeah. Oh, guess what, Ethan? You see this? This is the baby's mother. Are you going to go ahead and just tell her that she's a piece of shit and a failing mother because she let her baby get thrown out of a train and is getting washed away into the freezing river? You're going to look her in her face and tell her she's a shitty fucking parent, huh? You're such a scumbag, Ethan. You don't even care that this baby died in the river. You don't even care. While this baby was drowning, Ethan, you were at your favorite hummus place, eating hummus, while this baby is in a river, you fucking scumbag. Okay, let's do it. This is the Ethan style of content nuke. This baby died and Ethan doesn't give a fuck. What are you going to say to this baby, Ethan? Are you going to say you're a fucking scumbag to this baby? Because that's what you're obviously doing. You're obviously the kind of guy who looks at Arab people and just calls them scumbags right away with absolutely like no reason to do that. And it goes back to because of this liberal bullshit that you have of being like, cultural appropriation? Fuck you! You the 1950s, blah, blah, blah. I mean, God, do you want to talk about what happened in the 1950s? And do you want to like peg that and stick that to you and other people in the modern era and just sort of use that as like a extension of our own identities? I don't think you do, man. I don't think you do. Does this guy look like he's a white settler? Are you going to tell him to his face that he's a appropriator? I don't know, man. We don't know his story. Is he the owner of this shop? Did he kick out a Palestinian and just come take over the shop and change the hummus recipe to one that he learned in New York? I don't fucking know. I doubt it, but I don't fucking know anything about this. We just have Ethan saying, does this guy look at the... Fuck you, Ethan. This is dog shit.
Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have
Double down, man. Just claim the exact same, literally the same bit, but now you're putting the anti-Semitic dog whistle around it. Ethan, you added that. That's you writing that, Ethan. That's you trying to fill in this subtext. You have done nothing to establish any of this. The Jews, right? When she says they, she's talking about the Jews, including Jewish people in America.
the audacity to create Sabra.
This is casual bigotry being...
This is not casual bigotry. Ethan, this is casual bigotry, what you're doing. Just jumping down the throats of any Arab people talking about their opinions, their perspective. It's unacceptable to you. Like even someone broadcasting this should be shamed, locked down. You think this is terrorist propaganda, making fun of the hummus, man? You're an idiot. You're fucking bonkers, dude. Ethan has gone so bonkers.
being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dip.
People are saying that. A lot of people are saying anti-Semitism is only coming from the left. So, again, Ethan is building his case of anti-leftism, anti-communism, because many are saying, I don't even know where we are on this anymore. We're still trying to build a case against Frogan, and he's just still throwing out this bullshit. Many are saying that most of the, you know what? A lot of people did say that. The people are like, the anti-Semitism on college campuses because they're protesting for Hamas. Absolute bullshit, man. Absolute bullshit. Anti-Semitism, one of its more sinister forms is fucking Zionism. Zionism is anti-Semitic. You have way more ideologically in common with the white supremacist anti-Jews as you, if you're a Zionist, right? They all believe that all the Jews in the world should gather into Israel, right? Neither of those groups have any care at all to even acknowledge the humanity of any Arabic people. To both of those groups, they're all just fucking unhuman scum, right? And even if they're like, you know, regular looking people just talking about their lives, they're up to something sinister. They're spreading a message. Blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, Ethan is just vomiting like buckets of bullshit Zionist propaganda, fucking anti-communist propaganda. The dude is so ignorant on what he's talking about. He has never talked about what is the left, what is leftism, what is communism, what is capitalism. I'm not convinced at all that Ethan has any inkling what any of these words mean. All right? And maybe you don't know what they mean, listener. And you're not going to get any help by hearing Ethan. You're just going to get this vague idea that somewhere to the left of us, ooh, where is that? Off to the left, it's real bad. And they start to get really anti-Semitic, right? And obviously you have to acknowledge that obviously there is this contingency of white supremacists who also hate Jews, who are anti-Semitic, right? Guess what? They also hate Arabs. They're absolutely anti-Arabic as much as they're anti-Jew, right? 100%. So you got that in common with the white supremacists being a Zionist. Communism, leftism has nothing to do with any of this shit. It's about who controls the means of production. Is it the workers or is it one dumb motherfucker who gets to just be as rich as possible? I like it when the one guy owns the big company and he's super rich and he's an oligarch. That's the system that I like. Hello, I'm a liberal. I don't like it when they're mean to minorities, and I wish that they would let women have a right to choose with their body. But what's really most important is that Jeff Bezos could get to be the owner of Amazon still, and he gets to be a billionaire, and we can all get to fucking suck shit. Why do people hate liberals? It's because you have moronic, nonsensical, ideal vision of an ideal world. It's like the same as the world now, with just like a little bit nicer sheen on it. And it's just status quo, right? It's just status quo. Doop, 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 doo, 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 doo. Ethan is being incredibly like harsh and uncharitable to these people who he's done nothing to show us other than that he disagrees with their point. He's like, well, they didn't think about what happened. Can you imagine these kids are like, I can't believe they're trying to claim hummus. And then what if one of the other kids was like, well, but you remember the people in Israel that are making hummus now actually came from other countries outside of Israel. And so they brought a lot of those recipes and techniques, you know, so Israeli hummus might carry a lot of the things in common with the way they made hummus 75 years ago in Yemen. Some of those influences are still seen in modern day hummus shops, right? If one of those kids mentioned that in their discussion, would Ethan then be like, yeah, it's chill? They did recognize that point that I had to angrily scream over the top by saying, hey, scumbag, who made the hummus? They got 50 years ago! Like, what a weird point. No, 50 years ago, 1950. 75 years ago, this thing happened. And why aren't they talking about that? These scumbags! What kind of scumbag doesn't mention this thing that happened 75 years ago that might challenge his point that he's making? This expectation of just because someone gives an opinion that you're like super angry that they didn't also like mention the counter opinion. Like, why didn't you also say the opposite of your opinion along with your opinion? Like, people just don't do that, right? Unless you're trying to give a presentation of here are the sides of an argument. Most people just give their opinion. They don't then like crawl through the depths of their knowledge and memory to try to find counter arguments to their own opinion immediately after saying it. Maybe they would have enjoyed someone bringing up this whole what happened in 1950. Maybe they would have been like, oh, okay, let's kind of talk about that. Let's incorporate that bit of knowledge into our discussion here. Could have been an interesting discussion. If you had been there and you just screamed, fuck you in 1950. Well, guess what? The whole argument is now off track because you're accusing them of doing something that happened 50 years before they were born.
Actually became one. And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bearing all of this in mind, it's really not a stretch.
Okay? They're looking pretty fucking white themselves. Bro is fucking mad and he has absolutely no point to make. Nobody said that they weren't white. You're the only person who said white.
panels look so many tokens. I know
Did these
people are
guys
saying
ever
that
mention the word white people?
anti-Semitism is coming mostly a leftist talking point. It's exactly what Israelis look like. Casual bigotry being passed. Tell him he's stealing your.
Have the audacity to create subra.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming mostly from the left. And yes, I know this dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible.
Oh, so that's a Jewish guy.
He picked up so many tokens, he actually became one. And
I'll give a shout out to Majority Report with Sam Cedar. He is a anti-Zionist Jew. The Bad Hasbara podcast are the two hosts are also Jews, and they're anti-Zionist. It's I don't know, man. At least abroad, there are lots and lots and lots and lots of anti-Zionist Jews who are way more well-informed than you, Ethan, about their own culture and religion and issues and everything. Pointing out that this guy is a Jew and he's, oh my God, having fucking fellowship with Arabs and agreeing with them about pretty petty shit. Oh my God, he's a token.
by the way,
Don't bother mentioning who this guy is. You just said this guy. I don't know his name. Can we look into this guy?
everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white.
They're looking pretty fucking white. Nobody said they weren't white. That first guy you mentioned
The chef
didn't
is
look
from
white.
Yemen. Here's another dude stealing your from
Country. What do you think is making
When someone has like dreadlocks and they call that culture, I'm like, come on, it's just like a hairdo. Like, it's okay. People, like, white people are allowed to
He said white people are allowed to have dreadlocks.
have dreadlocks if they want.
See, he's doing his own little, like, I don't agree with all cultural appropriation stuff. Like, he is kind of bringing that, like, nuance that I was mentioning before that exists.
Dreadlocks, but like actually trying to claim our food, our desserts.
just one question for you.
So, the only person besides, because these said white people can have dreadlocks, that is separate from the point about the hummus thing. Ethan is the one who said white colonizers.
You guys.
Who the fuck do you think is making the hummus in Israel? Martha Stewart? No, it's the same fucking Arabic-speaking Jews that you kicked out in the 1950s. Yes, they also like hummus, and they like all the same shit you do. Because they are you.
They like all the same shit you do because they are you. All right. So everybody, you like all the same shit that people from your same country liked 75 years ago.
from your country. You kicked them all out, and now you're accusing them of stealing your culture. You want to talk about cultural genocide? Well, here it is. You racist piece of shit.
Those motherfuckers trying to take hummus and say it's Israeli is the most insane thing to me.
Hey, scumbag, here's a hummus place we used to eat at. The chef is from Yemen. Here's another dude from Syria. Does this dude look like a white colonizer to you? Would you like to tell him he's stealing your culture? Well, this is what most Israelis look like.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to create subreddits.
This is casual bigotry being passed around like a leftist talking point. It's exactly why people are saying that anti-Semitism is coming most.
It's not a point. He's not adding anything to his point. She said they, and then you replayed the exact. I mean, at least get a second example of her saying they. I'm sure you could find 10,000 of them. If you're talking about people, you're gonna say they. What the fuck?
Mostly from the left.
Ethan's just adding in the anti-Semitic parentheses, and then just Ethan is the one who put forward the idea of that they're all white is what these kids are claiming. He says these kids are claiming that they're all white.
And yes, I know this.
These kids never said such a thing. You're saying that. And then you're like, and they're pretty fucking white. Bro, nobody can change the color of their fucking skin.
Dipshit is also Jewish. Incredible.
These guys are all from the USA. Are you saying he's a white guy? I mean, you're saying he's a Jewish guy. I don't know. I don't know who this is. You didn't talk about him. You didn't say his name.
So many tokens, he actually became one.
Token of who? Presumably he's a streamer of his own. Is he a token of Twitch?
And by the way, everybody on this panel is looking pretty fucking white themselves. So bearing all of this in mind, it's really not a stretch to say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for
all of that was to conclude that Love Sabra is a dog whistle attack for Jews.
Israelis or Jews.
Israelis or Jews, right? Here's our conflation again. Is it Israelis or is it Jews? Do people eat Sabra in other countries? I don't know anything about Sabra hummus. Dipping Company, a US-based Israeli company which produces Middle Eastern style and other products, including hummus and guacamole. Okay, so I think I can understand why you think this is cultural appropriation. Sabra Dipping Company, LLC, a US-based Israeli company which produce... I'm not showing you what I'm reading here, but it's this. US-based Israeli company which produces Middle Eastern style hummus and other food products. It is wholly owned by PepsiCo. All Sabra products are certified kosher and vegetarian and are available throughout the US and Canada. Okay, so this is an American hummus brand. And you're trying to tell me that it's really absurd to say that white people are making this. That in fact, it's all made by a 75-year-old Yemeni gentleman who fled to Israel 75 years ago. So, they must be like 95 years old at least, right? You think that all the hummus that Sabra produces, this American company wholly owned by PepsiCo, founded in 1986 in Queens, New York, and not only should you believe that this company makes all the hummus, but that you're a scumbag if you think that these are probably white people who aren't actually Middle Eastern. Homie, they're based in the Middle East. These kids are clearly talking about Sabra. You're talking about Sabra. Sabra is what you're talking about when you're trying to connect the dots to say that Love Sabra means you are an Israeli Jew. When it seems very obvious that these guys are talking about American Arabs, right? And if you're an American and you have Arabic lineage, but you're so disconnected from your Arabic lineage that you're culturally basically not Arabic, it's because you're sitting there eating Sabra thinking that it's good Middle Eastern food, when in fact this is a American / Israeli company owned by PepsiCo that produces little like packaged hummus that sells in supermarkets for people who don't want to buy their own chickpeas and make their own hummus at home. I think this is way stupider than it had to be. You could have just stopped at saying like, this is a dog whistle, but the fact that you had to be like, oh, they think that Sabra is made by white people, which they didn't say, by the way. You said that, Ethan. Turns out that's probably true. Unless, I don't know, does this, so it is, they produce Middle Eastern style food, but also Mexican style food, guacamole. The company was founded in 1986 by Zonar Norman and Yudia Pearl as Sabra Blue and White Foods. Okay, so, blue and white food. It's like if you call it red, white, and blue, you're talking about America. The blue and white, they're talking about Israel, right? It seems to be a pretty jingoistic, like, start of this company. Prior to the acquisition by Strauss, Sabra had entered into the negotiations to purchase Basha Hummus, which was then the leading hummus brand in Detroit. However, it never closed successfully, languishing for months until it became clear Strauss was not interested. Okay. So, yeah, this is owned by Strauss. Thought about getting bought by another one, but didn't. Strauss entered a joint venture partnership with Frito-Lay a division of PepsiCo. Strauss owned 50%, PepsiCo owned 50%. 2008, the company announced construction of a new plant in Virginia, expected to employ 260 people and come online mid-2010. The company grew over 50% between August 2008 and 2009. Boycott campaigns. Stated on their English language website that the company donated food package to the Golani Brigade of the Israel Defense Forces. So this is an Israeli military infantry brigade. So money to the Israel military, right? They're donating food packages. Activists in the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement called for boycotts of Sabra over donations. When was this? Until 2010. So yeah, many years before. Students at DePaul and Princeton and Ottawa campaigned unsuccessfully to have their schools switch to an alternative brand. Okay, they tried, didn't happen. They're like, fuck you, we're still doing Sabra. In 2024, Strauss Group stated declining sales and international boycotts due to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians was a contributing reason to selling their 50% stake in the company. Okay. So these people who originally owned this, which was called actually Zohar and Nirma, they sold the company in 2005. So since 2005, for the last 20 years, it's been owned by Strauss, which is an Israeli manufacturer. Okay? They are Israeli, Strauss. And since 2008, they've only owned 50% of the company. And then last year, they decided to sell it off. So Strauss doesn't even own Sabra anymore. Sabra is now completely wholly owned by PepsiCo. All right. So the point that nobody made, except Ethan, is that there's no way this is made by white people. There's just no fucking way. These are made by the same Yemeni hummus makers that fled Yemen in the 1950s. This is dog shit, Ethan.
To say that the Love Sabra bracket is a dog whistle for Israelis or Jews.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one.
Oh, now we see why this was included. This has absolutely nothing to do with Hassan Piker. Right? Remember, this is just a tangential. This is like the whole takedown of Frogan. All this is a supporting argument that Twitch protects and elevates terrorist propaganda. So right now, we're still in the supporting argument that Twitch is a terrorist propaganda organization. And the way to do that is by saying, well, look, Twitch celebrates and promotes this woman who herself is a terrorist. So we have to make that case. Why is she a terrorist? Well, she did this thing that was very racist and insensitive. Let's just grant Ethan that. What if this woman is racist? Doesn't mean she's a terrorist. I mean, it's bad if someone's a racist. I agree. What is your point? There's a lot of other racist people. You could probably be finding much more problematic Twitch people, but what? You're not showing us any of these big problems, these big bannable offenses. Really, you shouldn't even be talking about this because you're intimately and personally involved, Ethan, in this situation, because guess what happened throughout all this buildup is that the crowd was making fun of you, and they made fun of you, and they put you on the bottom of the tier list with the likes the shitty hummus, which only purely about you is construed as means the Jews. You absolutely did not make that case that likes Sabra means that you're a Jew. From my perspective, they're saying you're like a really basic Middle Easterner, so basic that you don't even know what good Middle Eastern food is.
That's good. All right. Turn that up. Turn giraffes.
We all know where this is going.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist. That was a joke. That was just a joke in my.
Stanums.
Uh-oh. Someone joked that you're a Zionist. Not a good joke. It's just true. She shouldn't have said, that was a joke, by the way. That wasn't a joke, Ethan. You're a fucking Zionist. It's very, very obvious based on your whole line of argumentation, your whole presentation. You are a Zionist. So yeah, that was a bad joke, but not for the reason you thought it was.
Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah.
It has to
That's
be.
easy. That's
Definitely Love Sabra.
She apparently consulted with the head of the KKK, and he told her more subtle. So
More subtle. That, again, really fucking stupid. More subtle? Dude, you had to painstakingly walk us through a whole labyrinth of bullshit to try to tie like Sabra with hating the Jews. At best, it's a extremely veiled dog whistle. Not at all obvious. All right? The leader of the KKK. Do you think the leader of the KKK would have anything to do with like a Muslim girl with a scarf on her head? You don't think that, like, you're a fucking idiot, man.
So if it wasn't obvious enough, they pull me, one of the best-known Jewish creators, and immediately...
One of the best-known Jewish creators. Oh my god, dude. Do we have to roll all of these clips of Ethan just, like, being a douchey, like, anti-Semitic piece of shit? Like, this dude makes fun of Jews more than anybody. Doesn't know anything about Judaism. He's like, oh, the little curly hair thing? Oh, the little dreidel? Oh, do they have a yarmulke? Like, that's as deep as his knowledge of Jewishness goes. Best known Jewish creator. All right, man.
He put me in Sabra. Hassan, by the way, who's Turkish, not Arab, is Arab. That's the good one. That's the good.
You're making this up that it's the good one. It's not the good one. It's the one who has a pass to say Habibi. And they're saying you don't, because you have absolutely no connection with the Arabic language, with Arabic culture, with anything, and you're an idiot and you're a clown. And everybody used to like you when you were just a clown and you weren't trying to be fucking Bill Maher. Because you don't have the chops to even rise to the level of fucking moron idiot that Bill Maher is. Like, he actually at least talks to other people.
Good one. The Arab.
That is not a compliment to Bill Maher, by the way. He's a fucking fool. But you're like a wannabe. It's like you're aspiring to be the biggest fucking idiot, and you're not even reaching there. You're like, somehow, it's just worse. It's just dog shit. It's boring. It's awful. It's nonsensical. Every statement you're making contradicts other statements.
Arab ethnicity is S tier. Then denim.
Nope, there was no S tier. It was Arab to love Sabra, and in between were things like Arab coded, thinks it's a slur.
Jokes that we don't have a category low enough for Zionists. Once again, calling out my Jewish identity.
Dude, where's
We don't have a category lower than Zionists. once again calling up my Jewish identity. Again, conflating. Is Zionist the same as Jewish? Right now, here, when it's someone else saying it, and I can, like, Ethan can be like, they said they hate all Jews. Let's roll a clip. And the guy's like, I really can't stand Zionists. You see? He said he can't stand Jews. Like, no, that's not what he said. That's what you say he said because you are changing the meaning of words willy-nilly. Because sometimes Israeli and Jew is not the same thing. When you acknowledge that some of the people who live in Israel are not Jewish. There are some Arabs, there are some Muslims there. There are some Christians there. Oh, look at that. They're not the same thing all of a sudden. But then they are the same thing. If someone else makes a joke and they say Zionist and they say Ethan Klein, they're trying to attack my Jewishness, my Jewish identity. Which, by the way, you attack your own Jewish identity all the fucking time.
You guys are missing a category for Zionist.
And if it isn't about being Jewish, why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail? One of the other most prominent.
If it wasn't, who's that guy? Why would they put Ben Shapiro in the thumbnail? I don't know, man, Ethan. Why do you think people put Ben Shapiro on their thumbnails? I'll give you 3 guesses. Is it because they hate Ethan Klein and they want to make him seem like a Jew and that Jews are bad? Or is it because they want motherfucking clicks? And of course he's going to be at the bottom of any sort of tier list. Honestly, they probably would have put him at a lower one than you. I don't know.
Jews on YouTube. And the category next to me when he's not even featured in the game.
He's not even featured in the game.
Who's next?
Oh my God. Clickbait? Oh my God. Oh my God. Here's another one. Frogan is a horrible person. Based upon another argument. Did clickbait included Ben Shapiro on a thumbnail as what was that? On thumbnail when he isn't in the video as a fuck you to Ethan Klein. So Ethan has some kind of if you say shit about Ben Shapiro, you're saying shit about me. Holy fuck. You didn't tell me. Why did you lead with that, man? She's the worst. Send her to the island of criminals and monsters where they put other clickbaiters. The land of wind and ghosts is where she belongs.
Next down there, Anne Frank, Einstein, Seth Rogen.
Yeah, man. Perfect joke, man. What? You put Ben Shapiro on the F tier? Who's next? Anne Frank? Ethan, are you... When people think about Ben Shapiro, I don't think anybody's first thought is, oh, he's Jewish. Oh, you mean that Jewish guy? What the fuck are you talking about? When people think of Ben Shapiro, they're like, you know that fucking dickhead right-wing propagandist whiny asshole idiot who like debates teenagers and says facts don't care about your feelings, but then cries about all his feelings like every fucking time and is a complete fucking moron? He happens to be Jewish. Oh, didn't realize that because he's a fucking asshole and I can't stand listening to his stupid fucking mouth. So whatever someone's like idea to include Ben Shapiro as like he's a bad person who happens to be Jewish, you're like, what's next? Einstein? Seth Rogen? dude.
The game. Who's next down there? Anne Frank?
Anne Frank. So basically, you think that if someone is like, hey, fuck Ben Shapiro, your next card is, what do you mean fuck Ben Shapiro? What's next? You're going to say fuck Anne Frank? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck does Anne Frank and Ben Shapiro have to do with each other? At all. Like, I thought you were like, thought Anne Frank was like a good person and stuff. Why are you smearing the name of Anne Frank by trying to associate her as one of the Jews just like Ben Shapiro? What is your fucking problem? Did any of these people ever mention any like Jewishness or No, because according to you, it's all dog whistles.
Einstein, Seth Rogen, Schindler. Well, he wasn't Jewish, but they would put him down there, let's be real. It also doesn't help their case that both my wife and Ben Shapiro's wife were born in Israel, which would make them Sabras.
Ooh, they didn't put that together.
So
they're Sabras. Not to be confused with Sabra hummus, which is an American Frito-Lay product. Or PepsiCo, right? Let's make sure we're talking about the same thing. These women who happen to be married to him and Ben Shapiro, he's just really like tying himself together with Ben Shapiro, man. You come at Ben Shapiro, you're coming at me. That is fucking bonkers, Ethan. Why are you trying to tie this together? Like, they should have known when they put his stupid face on the thumbnail that his wife is a Sabra. That is a level of like, I mean, how much background information would be like, okay, but where was his wife born? And what is a synonym for that word? Wait a minute. Can you imagine somebody else, like, let's say Ethan was there behind the scenes, and he's like, you can't put Ben Shapiro's face on that thumbnail. He's not in the video. And someone would say, yeah, but it's going to get more clicks if you have his face on there. So let's just do it. But wait, hold on. In that video, they say that the lowest tier is like Sabra. Uh-huh. Sabra. Uh-huh. What do you mean? Well, Ben Shapiro's wife was born in Israel. She is a Sabra. Wait, what? What do you mean? She's hummus? No, Sabra is a word in Hebrew that means that you were born in Israel. That's where the name of the hummus company came from. Oh. Wait, so what? You can't do that because it's racist because she's a Sabra. No, they're talking about Sabra hummus. This is just, it's like the dog shit took a shit and that was just made of dog shit.
Loves Sabra, literally in this case, means Jew lover. That sounds pretty racist. And what about the title? How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Hold on.
Oh my God. So now we're conflating hummus with people. Loves Sabra means loves Jews. A Jew lover. Dude, you are fucking wacky. That is in no way, shape, or form what they were saying. That is what you're saying. How Arab are these Twitch streamers? Okay,
a minute. I thought this was about hummus. You know, I'm tired of these people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what...
Zing! Okay, there's your great joke, buddy. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? I'm tired of them gaslighting me. What's the gaslight, buddy? You're reading so much into this and pulling things out of your ass that don't exist. What's the gaslighting?
These people gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jew...
You're telling me you understand what a microaggression is. Who told you that? Who's saying that?
Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this.
Are we just to assume that these people also talk about microaggressions? I mean, Ethan is very sensitive to microaggressions. Obviously. Like, this is an extremely microaggression. Like, how Arab are you? Not Arab at all. Ethan goes, What? You think that non-Arabs are worse than Arabs? That's not what this is. This is a scale of most to least Arabic. Okay? You fucking idiot. And you're like, well, but Arabs at the top, so that means Arabs best and Jews bad. Okay, dude, well, hey, where do Hindus fall on this list? Probably at the bottom of not Arabic, right? Where do Chinese people fall on this list? Probably at the bottom from not Arabic, right? Literally anyone who's not an Arab is going to be at the bottom of this fucking list. And if you're vocally Jewish and proud of it and love your Israeli / American / 100% American owned hummus brand, then you belong at this part of this tier list. Why would you give a fuck where you are on this tier list? Guess who else is at the bottom of this tier list? Me. I'm here with you, buddy. It's okay. All this tier list is saying is that you are not Arabic. Would you like to be at the top of the Arab tier list? Are you Arab coded? Do you ask for permission? Do you think Arab is a slur? Do you enjoy Sabra? You do enjoy Sabra, and that really touched a nerve for you. Microaggressions. So these people have never mentioned the word microaggression, but you have. You've reacted to a lot of microaggressions. Let's see. Let's look at their hypocrisy. Let's assume that they at one point mentioned microaggressions, that they understand what they are. Okay, they did. So now you're gonna point out how these guys are dirty fucking hypocrites for even acknowledging microaggressions while at the same time doing microaggressions against you. Or fuck, maybe they're even macroaggressions.
Gaslighting me. Haven't the Jews been gassed enough? So you're telling me you understand what a microaggression is, but you can't understand why a Jewish man might be uncomfortable with this.
A Jewish man? Bro, they were talking about you, Ethan Klein. They were talking about you specifically. They weren't talking about some Jewish man. They're talking about you. You do happen to be Jewish. What does that have to do with microaggressions?
I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage.
No, it's not blatant anti-Semitism. It's blatant being an Arab and existing and talking about shit. I think this would actually be pretty interesting to watch through, because I haven't heard a lot of conversations of Arabic people from different backgrounds talking about food. That's kind of interesting to me. And involving the idea of politics and cultural appropriation and then talking about your other streamers and internet personalities. It's not anti-Semitic, man. It's only in your wildest misinterpretations and misconstruing of this whole thing where you're conflating terms, like you're saying Sabra equals Israeli equals Jew, when in fact none of that is true. Sabra used to be Israeli. It is now fully Americanized. The whole context is they're talking about the cultural appropriation of serving this quote unquote Middle Eastern food, and it's just Sabra, right? If you're from Yemen, or if your family's Yemeni and you live in the USA and you're like, hey, let's get some hummus from the grocery store, and you get Sabra, they're all going to groan and say, this shit sucks. It's bland. This is just Israeli bullshit that is now made by white people in America. Fuck it. Let's get some good shit. And now you're like, and Twitch allowed this anti-Semitic thing to go on. Bro, did you watch the fucking did you watch the big rally he had before the election? Did you watch the actual inauguration? Are you at all plugged into anything that's happening on this planet right now, Ethan? Is this what you got your panties in a bundle over? Because the most powerful rich man in the world did a fucking Heil Hitler to a screaming crowd of adoring fans. And you're like, I can't believe Twitch let this anti-Semitic garbage happen. This was a 45-minute section at TwitchCon, a thing that I've never heard of and nobody does, nobody's watched. Meanwhile, on the main stage of the world, we see Elon Musk Heil Hitler. And what the fuck are you talking about? You don't have it. You're like, this is where the anti-Semitism is coming from. You piece of shit, ignorant fool. You need to delete this fucking video, but not yet because I have to finish reacting to it.
How is that even possible? Right in front of their sponsors, too. Chevron, Capcom, and Samsung. This racial tier list was brought to you by our sponsors, Chevron, Capcom.
Not a racial tier list. Like you even said, they're all white kids. Conflation. Conflating race with ethnicity with cultural food practices.
And Samsung. This is an example of Twitch management elevating a racist nobody like Frogan at the detriment of their own company.
A racist nobody.
Company's well-being. Why?
After the predictable controversy this caused, Dan Clancy, the CEO, went live for the first time after 2 weeks and did an FAQ.
It's exciting to be here. Mary, thanks for having me. It's always a joy to do this with you. And
Dan Clancy is a fucking weirdo. This dude is so sketch. So, I don't know what's going on here, but he's doing a Q&A, and of course he's sitting down with a beautiful young woman. Always great to talk to you again, Mary. All right, this dude just loves fucking women in their 20s, and that's every time I've seen him, it's who he's talking to. He's talking to a child or a 20-something, or he's showing pictures of beautiful 20-somethings.
And we have a lot to talk about, and looking forward to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response, permanent ban. Why do you...
Boom.
Questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This
go back
person...
to this. So, mod logs, recent timeouts, bans, timeout, bled 2 minutes ago, no message recorded. No send 2 minutes recorded. Timeout, I can't wait for the Houthi update. Feels okay, man. Twitch loves them.
Do you plan on addressing...
Hold on, what did that one before say that was also banned? Ask why are legitimate questions being banned? Can't wait for the Houthi update. Feels okay, man. Twitch loves them. So, the Houthi update, Twitch loves them. That was banned. Ask, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Banned. Brock Lepoy was also timed out. What does it say? Timeout and then ban. First message was banned, but then timed out. I don't understand how that works.
Or to questions.
Let's take a look at some of the questions they got. This person asked, do you plan on addressing the anti-Semitism problem? Dan's response, permanent ban. Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website?
Why do you not ban streamers that show terrorist propaganda on your website? Okay. Where's the terrorist propaganda? I've been watching this. We've been going through this in excruciating detail, line by line, word for word. We have not got a single example of a terrorist propaganda, a terrorist message. Now, the supposed examples we got was they did an interview with a kid from Yemen. Hassan did that one time for a little bit. And there was talk of there is KFC that the guy likes One Piece or whatever, the anime. There was a couple clips like that. Most of the it was just Ethan talking over the top about how terrible it is that he's just doing that and how disgusting this is. So disgusting that they're letting terrorists talk and give their message. I don't know, man. We asked this question early on. What is the terrorist message? Let's hear some examples of Twitch actually spreading terror propaganda and what that looks like. We haven't got a single example of this. So it sucks that this guy just asked this question and got a ban, but the question is a loaded question. It's saying that there are streamers that show present tense, so habitually show terror propaganda, and that it goes against the terms of service, yet they're getting away with it. And it's not saying, is this happening? It's not pointing out an example of it. It's just saying, why do you not ban streamers that show this on the website? Well, let's get some examples of that. It's nowhere so far in this video.
Good question.
And hey, if I missed it and you want to write a little comedy comment on my comment board here. Oh, I have a comment here. He literally did half an episode on the Musk salute last week. Okay, thanks, Ayanda. I didn't know that. I don't watch Ethan. I don't watch Hassan. I am reacting to the content Nuke. And Ethan is doing a very bad job. But thanks, he did half an episode on the Musk salute last week. Sure, I don't know. I'm not... Obviously, I'm a slow learner, okay? It takes me... well, how long has it been? 8, 9, 10... It's been 11 hours, and I got through an hour and a half. Okay? I'm going through this bit by bit, very slowly. So I'm asking questions, and I'm only relying on the video itself as the message. I'm not gonna pour through his podcast for supplementary arguments. All right?
Permanent ban. Do you care to comment about the ADL and anti-Semitism on Twitch?
Banned.
Why the fuck is the CEO banning people for asking reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Well, I don't know why those people are banned. If they were banned just for that question, that's pretty sketchy and fucked up. I don't like this guy. I'm with Ethan that this guy is a fucking creep and he's not up to anything good. And he probably is the type who is like, I don't want to fucking talk about that. Ban. Perma-banned. And he's a fool because that just makes people more conspiratorial and with good reason. Because if you're just banning people who just ask the question. Now, caveat, I don't know. We don't know what other messages those same users put forth. A lot of times bans are contextual. It's like they repeatedly cross the line or push the line. And then finally, their final message is banned, but it doesn't seem like that message itself was ban-worthy until you go back and be like, well, here's all the stuff they've been saying. They were spamming it, maybe. Like, if you were spamming that question, I could see getting banned, right? But all things considered, this guy seems like a scumbag. I have no problem believing that.
Reasonable questions about a relevant controversy they've been in. What the fuck is this? These are not even written like in a mean way. You are banned, just like the entire country of Israel. It had just...
America's #1 ally. The UK's #1 ally. What do you mean Israel's been banned?
Been discovered around the same time as...
Because there's some like some people like are boycotting Israeli stuff. Like, yeah, if some people are doing that, some countries are doing that. Not the biggest, most powerful ones, not even close.
As this Arab tier list, that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, Israel, pronouncing it as this Arab tier country of Israel. It had just been discovered around the same time as this Arab tier list that Twitch had secretly, without announcing it anywhere, banned the entire country of Israel from creating new accounts. This was enacted right after October 7th, and it continued on for a year. And if you're wondering how you didn't hear about it before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it,
which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed.
All right, I just want to check this. This seems like a claim, and he's not showing like reports or anything, so let's just do a little Google. Do a little Google. So, what say you? All right. Now, the top thing is r/YouTube drama. They never banned Israel. 95,000 new accounts were created. Here's October 2024. Israel banned from creating Twitch accounts. So, Washington Post, Twitch apologizes after the company was accused of disabling signups from the platform from some users in Israel. Just going to open up a few different sources on this. I don't know what some of these are. JNS.org, Jewish News Syndicate, okay? Twitch streamer service regrets de facto ban on Israelis. Email verification, which is necessary for signing up on the platform, was restored for Israel after a year-long disablement. Interesting. So this is written in October 2024. We temporarily disabled... Okay, let's see. This message from Twitch, which is owned by... Following the October 7, 2023, we temporarily disabled signups with email verification in Israel and Palestine. We did this to prevent uploads of graphic material related to the attack and to protect the safety of users. We deeply regret this unacceptable miss and the confusion it caused. We have fixed the issue, meaning all affected users can sign up with email verification. JNS was able to set up a new Twitch account on Monday without issue. Okay, so they're saying this happened after a year. It finally got fixed. GamesIndustry.biz. This is from October 2024. Twitch has reportedly been banning new accounts from Israel and Palestine on the platform since October 7th. He didn't mention and Palestine. He just said just Israeli. So, I don't know how good internet connection is in Gaza right now, but as reported before from me, new users from both regions have seemingly been unable to sign up with both phone and email verification, leading to error pages. Twitch addressed the situation on social media yesterday. So a year later. We did this to prevent uploads of graphic material related to the attack and to protect the safety of users. Signups were not disabled, and we continued to see signups from both regions. So, signups were not disabled, just the email verification? Email verification had been inadvertently not re-enabled for either region. What's the difference between signing up and then having email verification? Is that like are you able to not stream until you're verified? Okay. This is H3H3 from 4 months ago on the podcast. Israelis banned from creating Twitch accounts. And this is linked to something from r/Twitch, which has been removed. Oh, sneaky. Rule 2, advertisement. Rule 2D, don't post link redirects. And all the comments have been deleted. by moderators. What was this? Well, I found this. The fuck? This not only bans all Israelis from engaging with Twitch, it also stops from people inside Gaza from being able to report out what's going on. The article is in Hebrew and contains the Ethan Klein video about the Twitch issue. Okay, so what this was a link to, I guess, was to this. Ynet.digital, and it's all in Hebrew. I'm not going to read that. Now here is someone who YouTube drama saying YouTube never. The emails accuse Twitch of suspending all Israeli accounts for a year, a claim the company debunked in a recent X post, while Twitch temporarily... What am I reading? Social media safety... Is this a video of Destiny talking with someone?
And either be suspended for a year or never be hired again. I just saw something.
Okay.
I understand what happened here.
The emails accuse Twitch of suspending all Israeli accounts for a year. A claim the company debunked.
Yeah, go back. Do you see what she did?
Well, like
that's like that would be an egregious. That's like journalistic malpractice. That's a fabricated quote.
I don't understand how this happens though. Like how does someone keep their job after doing this type of shit?
Because
like the thing is, I sent this to the editor and I said this was incorrect and that I've never said this.
Okay. You're sure that your emails don't have the?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
What are they talking about?
You can go to the site and click the button. It's been the same. Why would I ever say that they suspended Israeli users? I know that's not true. No one would ever say that. I've never said this, and they're saying that I have said this. I did. I sent an email to the editor, and I said I demanded a retraction or a correction on it. If they don't, fuck it. I will sue them.
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Forget it. Delete this part of the VOD.
Okay.
Your fucking dumb email does say that.
No way.
Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year without public acknowledgement or explanation.
All right, well, never mind that.
It happens, man. Sometimes you say some bullshit, and then you get called out immediately. I never said that in my email, and I demand that they retract it. Let me just pull up the email. Yeah, dude, you literally said that in the email. Okay. So even this guy who said all Israeli accounts were suspended for a year is saying, I never said that. And you're an asshole for saying that I did say that. Well, he did. He did write it in the email and did say that. And now he's like, okay, well, sorry, whatever.
We'll just trim that part out of the VOD.
We'll just trim that out of the VOD. I sure hope. Oh man, if there was some Destiny stands in here, man, I hope you. Hope you love your little honest boys who are like, oh shit, let's lie about whatever, and then like, oh shit, okay, that's fine, we lied, but let's just cut it out of the VOD and maintain our image of the real truth seekers. Get fucked. Both of these guys can go fuck off, man. Fuck. These guys are the worst. All right, so it looks like Twitch banned not just Israelis, but also Palestinians, right? So that's one crucial little detail you're not adding in here. And they didn't ban them. They just disabled the sign-up email verification, and it took them a year to figure that out. Twitch sucks. Twitch are a bunch of motherfuckers. But I don't think they're pro-Palestine. Not even a little bit.
Before, it's not because the Israelis weren't talking. Here's the top Israeli streamer's video about it, which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made.
You're not going to put any subtitles? You're just going to like talk over him and say what he explained? You're going to paraphrase him. Great. Paraphrase this dude who's speaking a foreign language, and don't put any subtitles. Put subtitles in Hebrew in case there are any Hebrew speakers who are hard of hearing. This is perfect for them. But for English speakers, we'll just rely on Ethan's basic gist of what this guy says.
Which is entitled, Twitch does not want Jews on their platform. He explains that they slowly started to realize no accounts could be made, and him and his fellow Israeli streamers were causing a lot of noise to get noticed. But Twitch completely ignored them for 5 months. When he created a support ticket with Twitch, it was straight up deleted with zero explanation. Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered the Israel ban when he was sent the code proving the block happened, presumably from someone who works at Twitch, and it could no longer be ignored. Israeli and American media started to pick up the story, which finally forced Twitch to respond. He also explains the block started on October 13th, which happens to be Global Jihad Day, when Islamic terrorists call on others globally to act, which he thinks is an odd coincidence. They were never notified in any way, and it greatly affected.
What an odd coincidence. That a thing happened on a day, and that day,
their business.
Every day is some day of something. Like, sure.
He says he doesn't feel.
You think Twitch was like, hey, let's do this on the particular day of jihad to send a secret message? Why? What's the deal with secret messages and conspiracy theorists? It's like, you know what they did? They telegraphed what they were going to do with a coded, like, little secret breadcrumb. That's how he discovered it.
Safe with Dan Clancy in power, as he feels he can no longer trust him.
When Israelis try to sign up, it gives you a generic error message. It doesn't say anything that suggests that you're ineligible because you're in Israel. So when one of these guys wrote to Twitch customer service, this is what they said. I am really sorry that you are having issues creating an account. We have reviewed your case thoroughly and can confirm that, unfortunately, you are not eligible to create a Twitch account. As a result, we will be closing your case at this time.
Under the new increased scrutiny, Dan Clancy panicked and posted 2 terrible explanations on Twitter that were immediately community noted.
How can Twitch say on one hand that they've reviewed the case thoroughly, and then on the other hand say it was an accident and they didn't know? This is all very fishy.
A big media company like Twitch doesn't realize that their new account signups from Israel has completely flatlined? You're telling me that you guys didn't notice that? That's impossible. Then, at the same time, it was announced that Sneeko, Fresh and Fit, and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch.
This is like the terrorists were all Sneeko, Fresh and...
What do these three have to do with each other? This is the kid that you led like a big smear campaign against because he's from Yemen and he's like more handsome than you. Like, Ethan was very sensitive about that. He really hates how fucking pretty this kid is. Fresh and Fit. Yeah. I mean, these are all great reasons to... These two are great reasons to say that Twitch is trash and has no morals. The fact that this kid was even banned in the first place also kind of tells me that. Like, there's clearly, like, racist vibes from the top of Twitch. Absolutely.
And Fit and the little Houthi twink terrorists were all unbanned and they could stream again on Twitch. This is like the holy trinity of anti-Semitism.
So guys, yeah, we're back on Twitch. Welcome. I know we had gotten banned or whatever, or we got suspended, but I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch. Hey, be mad. Be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later. All 3 of the accounts were eventually rebanned. But
look at then. What's your fucking point, Ethan? When bans, as far as I know, can be either temporary or permanent, and you could have someone who's banned, and then when their ban is like lifted, they come back, and then within an hour they get banned again. You're trying to argue that that Twitch is fucked up because they're letting these guys say whatever they want and spread anti-Semitism. If that's the case, why did they ban them again within an hour? Because obviously this dude's a fuck up. Of course this guy's going to say some fucked up shit that's going to get his ass banned. Because he's a fucking asshole. Listen.
I went ahead and appealed it, and we're back in the house, man. So for all the haters out there that were like, you know, oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch.
That was me. I was like, oh, they got banned on Twitch. Oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch, huh? That was me. I was the hater, and I was saying, oh yeah, they got banned on Twitch, huh? And then...
Hey, be mad. Be mad, guys, because we are back in the house. They can't stop us.
They did stop them an hour later.
An hour later. All right. I mean, that's great. I'm glad you're honest about that, Ethan, because you really are... That's brave of you to undermine whatever point you're trying to make. They got banned an hour later.
3 of the accounts were eventually rebanned, but the decision to unban those 3...
All 3 of them. So they banned this kid too.
Creators at that exact time, and being 3 of the best-known anti-Semites on the internet seems to clearly...
3 of the best-known anti-Semites on the internet. I don't know anything about Sneeko. I know about this fool. Yeah. I mean, I would say, where's Nick Fuentes? He's probably, you know, he's buddies with this guy, so they definitely are like the anti-Semitic. Not him. He's just a fucking kid from Yemen. He doesn't like Zionists because they fucking wreck his country. Like, give him a fucking break. I don't know about anything about Sneeko. He can fuck off. He's probably terrible.
Be trying to send a message.
And then it was discovered that Twitch's head of policy and community guidelines was previously fired from her job publicly by the British government. Why? She does not like the Jews.
That's right. They're
accused Israel of ethnic cleansing. That's all it takes for Ethan to say you hate the Jews. Accused Israel of ethnic cleansing. UK TV regulator Ofcom suspends director for liking an Instagram post that accused Israel of ethnic cleansing. You clicked like on a post, which we all have to now agree means that you give your tacit support to whatever that thing says. Fine. We'll grant you that. So she liked this Instagram post that accused Israel of quote-unquote ethnic cleansing. That's exactly what Israel is doing. They're trying to cleanse the Arab Muslims out of their quote-unquote promised land. That is just a fact. And this is a fucked up article because it's saying what a shitty reason to fire someone. Because that's just free speech, right? That's like, there's this big ethnic cleansing going on, and I'm going to acknowledge it. I'm going to call it what it is. I'm not going to do double speak and say it's a, Israel defending itself or some shit like that. Okay? So according to Ethan, now that she's did that, she quote unquote hates the Jews. Because of course we're going to always conflate Israel and Jews whenever it's convenient for Ethan's argument. And now is one of those times. Anytime you have to demonize someone, this lady, fuck her. Why? She liked an Instagram post, and on that Instagram post, it apparently accused Israel of ethnic cleansing. Can we see the Instagram post?
Her head of trust and safety was previously suspended from her job at Ofcom for...
Ofcom's silent over fate of suspended online safety director. Ofcom's online safety director is suspended over allegedly liking anti-Israel Instagram post. Dude, allegedly liking it? It's confirmed. She's a motherfucker.
Head of trust and safety.
Can we find that? What did the Instagram post say? What was this Instagram post?
Safety was previously suspended from her job at
Ofcom online safety director. Director suspended over anti-Israel posts. Let's just go to BBC. Let's see what the BBC. The BBC won't let me be, so let me be me, so let me see that online stuff. So she was suspended. Okay. The Guido Fox website posted screen grabs of what appeared to be posts from her account. One described Israel as apartheid state. Anti-Israel. So who is going to deny that Israel is an apartheid state? That's just a fact. How fucking chilling is that? That you could get on, you could have, you could be on your personal media, you could like a post that says apartheid, and then get fired and investigated and plastered all over the news with anti-Israel, and then in invisible ink, anti-Jew. Okay, we don't have a screen grab of any of this. What did she do? Jewish news. Are you going to show us what the post is that she liked? She is said to have liked a post from Black Lives Matter UK. Which was critical of the British government for deploying Royal Navy ships to support Israel in the Gaza conflict. And as if it wasn't bad enough already, the UK is also set to participate in the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestine. Shame on this vile colonial alliance. Hashtag Free Palestine. Okay, so you're at least writing what the post said. The Guido Fox political site published a screenshot of an apparent posting Madriga made on her Instagram stories account, in which she commented on the targeting of Palestinians and appeared to liken Israel's actions to a genocide. It's just like different people. This hits people's ears so differently. It must, because there are some people in like, she liked a post that by a group which was critical of the British government for deploying royal. Like, how far removed is this from being like she hates the Jews? Because she was supportive of a group that was critical of a group that was supportive of a group that was doing genocide. Fuck, man. This poor woman, she did nothing. Ofcom has capitulated to a right-wing witch hunt over Israel. After her apparently extreme views on Israel's war of Gaza were exposed. What is her extreme views? Guys, I'm honestly, like, I would love to hear an extreme view on the Middle East. In an Instagram story, she told of her panic and hopelessness as to what's going on in the Middle East. My account has been chaotic for the last week, bouncing between continuing target of Palestinians and dumb shit. Mostly because I could not process that until we continue to act with surprise at what happens in an apartheid state. She hates the Jews. Okay, man. If you're troubled by the killing and slaughtering of Palestinians, that means you hate the Jews. See how easy it is to just be accused of being a Jew hater? That's why you're not making your fucking point, man. Because you're like, anyone, and by the way, this would include Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, I can't pull the video up now. You'll have to just trust me. Ethan Klein has said that the settlers in the West Bank are valid military targets for what they're doing. He has admitted that there's a genocide, right? So by everything that he's saying, Ethan himself hates Jews. The amount that he makes fun of Jewishness, making fun of Jews, like, it's never from like a perspective of like, oh, I'm a Jew poking fun at myself. It's him being like, what are those weird little curly things on their head? Why do they play with the dreidel? Like, you sound like an outsider making fun of Jews whenever you talk about it. But your wife is Israeli and you're a dual citizen, so you just get a pass.
Ofcom for being too anti-Zionist. And guess where
Yeah,
her
just show all of those fucking headlines as if that's like, they're all not just copies of the same story. It's not like she did this a million times. She did it one time. She got fucking dragged through the coals about it. And now here you are just like laying on her and be like, uh-oh, she works at Twitch. That means Twitch is evil.
next job was at. That's right, Twitch TV.
Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days.
Pro-Hamas tweets. Apparently she was... So there are times in this video where Ethan's face is talking to the camera because he's just talking about his feelings. That's exactly when we should be looking at your face. Usually, though, he's just playing other footage or like people talking while he's got them muted and he's just overdubbing and he's doing his overdubs. When you're like, she wrote a tweet. She wrote a pro-Hamas tweet. That's when we should be seeing this image of that you gathered and screenshotted and put that up on the screen for us.
After October 7th happened.
That's so interesting. It's
where are they? What are they? We read about one of her tweets in one of those articles that you flashed
for being
up.
too.
Look at this. Look at all the articles. Bro, these are all the same story. You're trying to make it look like this is some huge story. These are all like the same story by different news outlets, just copying the same fucking story.
Anti-Zionist. And guess where her
posting pro-Hamas tweets only
right too anti-Zionist. And guess where her very next job was at? That's right, Twitch TV.
Apparently she was posting pro-Hamas tweets only mere days after October 7th happened.
That's so interesting.
Apparently
it sounds just like
she was... What are the tweets, Ethan? Show us the pro-Hamas tweets that happened on October 8th, 9th, or 10th.
Someone else we know. It's almost like supporting terrorists.
Okay, this is the... We've
is
been through this tweet by Frogan. We have done this to the... I think I spent an hour talking about this tweet. We're done with it. This is not an anti-Semitic tweet.
Hell, it might even be a prerequisite. Take a look at this tweet from Twitch's Senior Manager of Inclusive Marketing, Bridget Chermating, on October 12th. People are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel Relief.
Chile, people are posting screenshots of them donating to Israel Relief Fund. Shake my head. Y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. Yep.
Funds. Shake my head. Y'all are truly rooting for the oppressor. Read a damn book. This tweet was made only 5 days after the October 7th massacre. The donation...
Irrelevant. Irrelevant when this tweet happened. Who are these people we're looking at?
Donations she's criticizing would go to families like this.
Oh, okay. So she is criticizing the donations that would
Read a
go
damn book. This
to families like this. What do you mean families like this, Ethan? What's the point of putting this up here? Because earlier, you got really, really fucking mad at Frogan when she was responding to Ludwig donating $10,000 to Gaza, right? And then you said like, oh, it's really fucked up that she said don't donate to that. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what my point is. But this is, Ethan, here's just a random bunch of white people. And you're like, that money could have gone to a family like this. So Ethan's viewers, Ethan, from his idea of his audience, they're supposed to take a look at this family and be like, oh, of course they need money from us, from someone.
Tweet was made only 5 days after.
Who are these people? Well, don't worry. I'm sure he'll tell us a fucking awful, heart-wrenching story about how these people went through a terrible thing and then they need support. Let's see.
After the October 7th massacre, the donations she's criticizing would go to families like this. If they were...
The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this. Okay? Israel relief funds. She's saying you're rooting for the oppressor. That's true. How donating to Israeli, how do we know that that money's not going to like further the genocide?
The donations she's criticizing would go to families like this, if they were still alive. This entire...
Okay, there it is. It would go to families like this if they were still alive. So, okay, I guess this family died. They were murdered by terrorists. And you're saying people should donate to the relief fund because they would have gotten it, except they wouldn't because they died.
This entire family...
And this is like, oh my, so fucking stupid and manipulative, man. You're just trying to like squeeze this tragedy to
family was murdered in cold blood by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress?
That's not what she was talking about. She's talking about Israel, the state. Okay? I guess. You're just... God damn it, dude. This is a few times that you've done this where like someone says a thing, you make a counter argument by using an example of a specific person, and then be like, what? You're going to look at that person and say that to their face? It's a dog shit argument. It's just meant to be emotionally manipulative, and it doesn't make an honest point at all. Like, if I say, you know what? People should brush their fucking teeth. And you're like, what about this guy with no teeth? Are you going to fucking look at his face and tell him he should brush his teeth and he doesn't even have any? That's the level of like coming at this argument. Like, hey, don't donate to the oppressor. Donate to the oppressed. Right? Get woke. And then he's like, what about this family who died? Are you going to tell them that they suck? Because they were murdered. Like, we don't know. Oh my God, dude. This is such dog shit.
On October 7th. Bridget, who did these little girls oppress? How can you...
Who did these little girls oppress?
Act so high and mighty for your cause and be so callous and inhuman for the innocents on the other side. This statement was made by the senior man.
Great question. Great question. How can you be so callous while ignoring the innocents on the other side? This is a question every single person needs to ask themselves about everything. You have to look at stuff with balance, Ethan. You have to stop ignoring that Arab people are humans.
Human for the innocents on the other side. This statement was made by the senior manager for inclusive marketing. Is that some kind of joke? Is this what inclusion looks like at Twitch?
I would expect the senior executive of human marketing or whatever to not be a genocider. That's kind of good, I think.
Is it really crazy at this point, after all this, to say that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem? I think it would be harder at this.
I think it's pretty crazy, man, because you did not make a fucking case. This is dog shit. I mean, I stopped writing down these arguments because it's just like, it's not even worth writing this down. The one lady who works there liked tweets that said it's a genocide and Israel is apartheid. Wow, they have an anti-Semitism problem. No, dick. This whole thing could be solved if you would be honest about not conflating Israel with Zionist with Jew. These are all distinct categories, I guess. I mean, or they are all the same thing, and then you got to stick with that and be logically consistent because he's just jumping all around.
At this point, to argue the opposite. Oh, Bridget, one more thing. Sorry, I forgot. Can you tell me the answer to this riddle? What's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? I'm standing by. Let us know. And yes, it's true. I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however, is from 22.
Wait, what's the answer?
I should point out this tweet is from 2011. This one, however.
Okay. 2011, she said, what's the difference between a Boy Scout and a Jewish kid? What is the context? What's the joke? What's the punchline? I don't know. This was the energy I was around when I worked with two Jewish women in social impact who were both senior to me. Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter, and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud. This was the energy I was around when I worked with two Jewish women in social impact. This was the energy I was around.
Verse from 22. Sarah Silverman tweeted out, Kanye threatened the Jews yesterday on Twitter, and it's not even trending. Why do mostly only Jews speak up against Jewish hate? The silence is so loud. Bridget said, this was the energy I was around when I worked with two Jewish women in social impact, who were both senior to me. She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some kind of Jewish Karen for...
She's trying to make Sarah Silverman seem like some sort of Karen. Okay.
Caring about the anti-Semitism. I wouldn't really care about any of this.
If she wasn't the head of fucking diversity at Twitch, what the fuck is happening here?
This is insane. So with people like her deciding what is and isn't okay on Twitch, there's no surprise that you end up with these extraordinarily uneven enforcements of the rules. Take for
So you think the head of diversity just has to be completely subservient to anyone who's Jewish? Oh boy, Destiny. What's this going to be?
example, this clip of the streamer Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engagement with. There's no point in doing it. Like, it's to the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers is, like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay.
Inbred fucking disgusting losers. Who is he talking about?
Because, like, it's to the risk of me, like, ending up... That community is never worth engagement with.
Destiny. He was permanently banned for what he said here.
That community is never worth engagement with. There's just no...
Context, dude. Give us context. You just, like, listen to what this guy says, and then we cut in the middle of a sentence where they're like, and that community is a bunch of dog shit. I would love to hate on Destiny right now. I would love to know what the fuck he's talking about. Your content, Nuke, is dog shit, Ethan. Just provide a little fucking context.
No point in doing it. Like, it's to the...
I'm assuming, knowing what I know about Destiny, is he's saying there's no use in talking to the pro-Palestinian people.
Risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed.
Because I'll get permabanned and my life will be destroyed.
Because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers is, like...
Because of these inbred fucking disgusting losers. Inbred disgusting losers. Is he like repping the Mexican flag in the background? It just kind of looks like that. All right, Destiny's a dickhead. He's a total douchebag. He's a fucking sex pest and a creep and a Zionist.
Like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
And okay, you know, fair enough. If you're going to be consistent with the enforcement, then, you know, let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay.
Was Destiny permanently banned from Twitch? Is that true? In 2020, I don't know anything. I don't watch Twitch, so I don't know who's banned and who's not. Destiny reveals the video and results in permanent banning. Why Destiny got banned? There's a lot of different articles. Asman reacts to the clip that got Destiny banned. Why I was banned on Twitch by Destiny. I'm not gonna believe anything that he says about himself about why he got banned. What does Asmongold say? This is ridiculous. So he didn't want to get permabanned, and he just said they're inbred.
Like, why is
that
Destiny banned?
Why he got banned?
That's the crazy one to me. It's like, unless there's something like behind the scenes that we don't know about, what the fuck happened with Destiny? Why is he gone? Yeah, and Jadeon, well, I mean, Jadeon harassed Pokimane and they made it up, but like, I don't really know the details with that. But like, Destiny didn't harass anybody. He didn't do, well, I mean, he harassed Hassan. He did. But
okay, he didn't. He harassed
him. It was back and forth, you know? And so, I don't know, man.
All right. Well, I don't know why I fucking clicked on Asmongold expecting to get answers. According to Wikipedia, Bonnell, is that Destiny's name? Bonnell has stated that his personal involvement in the campaign has been minimal. Critics of the campaign include Bonnell and Saltman of harassing female journalists. Saltman was ultimately banned from Twitch in November due to the stated reason of extreme harassment. In response, Saltman stated that the allegations of harassment are often made by people who have been exposed for their bigotry, sexism, and hatred. Bonnell identifies as a libertarian anti-SJW with right-of-center social beliefs until 2012, when his political outlook began shifting towards social liberalism. After an incident in which he heard another streamer use a homophobic slur. He is a fucking fool. But Ethan is lying if I think if he's saying he got banned for that clip that we just saw. It sounds like he was actually doing real life harassment.
Enforcement, then, let's.
I don't know. If anyone has some more info about that, put it in the notes, put it in the comments. Why did Destiny actually get... Was he harassing people?
Let's have a friendly place, a safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopathic settler, inbred fucking...
So we're to believe that he was explicitly banned for using the word inbred, or for accusing some group of being inbred. Hassan's doing it a lot too.
Douchebag. Oh, these inbred fucking douchebags in the background, dude. A nation entirely comprised of messianic, inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths that these inbred don't understand. Educated, inbred, fundamentalist hicks.
Calling us in the middle of campus, calling us inbred, that we have no culture. One of them grabbed my friend's Israeli flag in the middle of campus, carried it to a mob by the gate that were communicating with the angry mobs outside of campus.
Untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, telling us that we are all inbred and that we have no culture.
You want to...
Again, so out of context. Like... But you haven't made the point that Destiny was banned for saying inbred. It sounds like Destiny was banned for bullshit he was doing in real life, not because he said inbred.
See clips?
Inbred.
Just beat the dead horse. Just keep beating it, Ethan.
Inbred.
Hassan, a non-Jewish person, is referring to Jews as inbred consistently throughout his career.
Inbred, ultra-orthodox psychopaths.
Zero punishment. Hassan, interviewing a Houthi pirate
who is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell them that.
Zero punishment. Hassan, watching terrorist propaganda with zero critical commentary.
You like musicals? They're very musical people. Are you being serious?
All right, we're just revisiting some of these points. Trying to reiterate the case against Hassan. He says inbred, which you say that shit too. I mean, not. Yeah, if Twitch has inconsistent banning policies. I believe that.
Zero punishment. Hassan threatening a sitting congressperson. This one actually blew my mind. When I saw he tweeted that, I said, he's done after this for sure. For sure he is. For those that may not recognize this weapon, I'll explain. Shinzo Abe is a former Japanese prime minister. He served from 2012 to 2020. He was assassinated in July of 22 in a stunning fashion that left the Japanese public horrified. He was killed with a makeshift weapon that the shooter had built himself at home. So when Hassan saw this tweet that he didn't like, he posted the schematics in what can only be presumed as an invitation to someone in his fan base.
Take matter into your own hands and get them out of the way. Someone said, I encourage people who get stuck behind pro-Hamas mobs blocking traffic. Take matters into your own hands and get them out of the way. Did you mean to include this, like... There's someone, like, advocating for the killing of protesters, characterizing them as pro-Hamas, which they're anti-Israel. The enemy of your enemy is not your friend. The enemy of your enemy is not your friend. So they're not pro-Hamas mobs. They are protesting Israel. And Tom Cotton is suggesting you murder them with your car. Hassan just posts a picture of a homemade gun, similar to the one used to kill Shinzo Abe. He's a terrorist. What about Tom Cotton? Is Tom Cotton a terrorist?
To build this weapon and then assassinate this same congressperson who wrote a tweet he did not like. I genuinely do not know how he didn't land himself in prison for making terroristic threats. Zero punishment.
Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods.
And this isn't just a Hassan problem. It underscores a disturbing trend among leftists on Twitch. The problem is, if you can believe it, these people are frequently making death threats and facing zero consequence. I know it sounds far-fetched, but I assure you it's very real.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get
30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear. Which dipshit? Who's she talking about? Who is that?
Anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get
Yeah. Destiny.
Bro, that Destiny guy needs to get
That Destiny guy needs to get That sounds like incitement of violence, man. Whoever this guy is, I mean, I don't know why you didn't make the video about this guy. You sure spent a lot of time talking about Frogan, who never said anything this sinister. Who is this murderous guy? Also, how do we know he's a leftist? A lot of people hate Destiny. He's hated by the right wing and by the left wing. Just like any good centrist.
Not gonna fucking lie.
It would just be so easy. It would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point.
Okay, contextually, I can agree this guy sounds like a leftist. It would be so great. We would have socialism now if...
someone just went out of their way and...
Okay, it was all beeped and subtitled. But let's assume he said what the subtitle said.
It would be so easy.
Thing that happens...
Okay, this guy's a fool. This guy likes socialism. He likes the same thing that I like. But he thinks that if one... I don't know who, but if someone were to be stabbed and killed, we would suddenly have socialism. That's not how socialism works. There's the part of the word socialism is the word social. It implies cooperation and working together. It requires everybody being on board. It requires community. We can't just kill one capitalist and then have socialism. Okay? So, yeah, this guy's an idiot. I hope he got a strike or a ban for that.
Not gonna fucking lie.
Same with this guy. I don't know what his deal is.
It would just be so easy.
This guy is being really flippant and irresponsible. I don't know how many viewers he has, but it's really fucked up to be like, oh my God, the whole world would be at peace if this guy were violently, brutally stabbed. Okay, that's dumb shit. Right? I can agree with Ethan that this is fucked. Right? Why didn't you talk about this guy at all? Why didn't you tell us who he is? Tell us his relationship with Twitch? Give us the whole story. Was he banned for saying this? Did he get any punishment for this?
It would solve all of our problems. Like, we would have socialism now at this point, right? We would have socialism at this point if someone just went out of their way and... It would be so...
And who's he talking about? When he says this motherfucker, he's talking about Destiny? Yeah, you're an absolute... I mean, this is like internet brain rot kind of thing. It's like if your whole world is streamers and content creators, you think that like Destiny is somehow like the single... I mean, fuck. How dumb is this? That Destiny is singularly upholding the capitalist system, which, I mean, no, capitalism isn't fucking self-perpetuating, like vicious cycle. No, it could be easily just collapsed, and we could have a total socialist, wonderful land of peace. If only this guy got stabbed. That's bonkers bullshit. That's beyond nuts, right? And just because this guy says he's a socialist, and you know why we know he's a socialist, because he thinks that he wants socialism to happen, right? I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I certainly hope he doesn't have a big audience. I hope people aren't listening to him. Write in the comments if you know who this guy is. And again, I don't know what happened to them. I hope he got a strike or a ban or something for saying that. because it's not only stupid, it's fucking irresponsible.
So easy.
Thing that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know.
Actually, Mike from PA, the dude that's stuck in the before image of a transformation story, did receive a 3-day ban. This man.
There you go. That was a good zinger. He's stuck in the before picture of the of a transformation. Okay, pretty that kind of clever. Kind of clever. I've been trying to monitor the humor and the jokes of this video. That's kind of been that was the original goal, but the humor is so far. It's dabbled throughout everywhere in the most inappropriate places, and it never hits. But yeah, some low swinging fruit. This guy is disheveled and unkempt, and he's not skinny. He didn't lose 100 pounds like you did. So fuck him. Do you notice that people who lose a bunch of weight become the most fat phobic, like, pieces of shit ever? Like, skinny Ethan hates fat people. And it's just super common. They become like the drivers of fat phobia.
Man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. This man should not be getting a 3-day suspension. He should be getting a knock on his door from the FBI.
I made this video for 2 reasons.
And I agree. Putting a $100,000 bounty on somebody on Twitch, even as a joke, is fucking stupid, because people are stupid and they're gonna listen to you. And you'll get. I mean, remember the dumbasses who thought they were gonna get paid by breaking into an apartment complex during the hurricane? And it was because this streamer was like, I'll do it. I'll give anyone $10,000 if they do that. And he just did that. He didn't even like confirm as to whether he was like eligible or like double check anything. He just fucking did it. And was like, oh no, they're not going to give me the money. So it's possible that if you jokingly offer money to kill someone, that some idiot might go and kill that guy, even if you never ever intended on actually giving them the money. Right? So you're a fucking idiot if you even jokingly do that on your stream. Don't do that.
First, to stop Hassan infiltrating mainstream media. Hassan has been welcomed by many mainstream outlets. They view him as a friendly social democrat, as someone who's just trying to...
They view him as a friendly social democrat. Back to this bullshit again. He has always been an outspoken anti-capitalist leftist extremist. The whole time. What is this imaginary, like, social democrat? He's not a social democrat, you fuck. He never has been.
Spread progressive politics online to an important demographic, but we know that's not true. He is not their friend or their ally. If you ever see Hassan rubbing shoulders with anyone from mainstream media, let them know politely, with all the civility in the world, what kind of person he is when he thinks mainstream media.
And here's Ethan giving a call to action to his viewers to harass anybody. Go and flood the comments with harassment, with all of this bullshit that we have spent the last 12 hours going through this bullshit in great detail, right? And here's the beauty of that. You know how it takes like an hour to pull apart one little bullshit argument and find the truth? It only takes 1 second to put it all back into bullshit and throw it at somebody. It's easy. It's so easy. Guys, Ethan fans, you have just been given the easiest task in the world. What I want you to do is go find any video that features Hassan, and I want you to vomit all the fucking dumb shit talking points that I've been discussing back out into there. And nobody, and I mean a couple people, are gonna actually sit down and work through that bullshit. All right? I did it. Why did I do it? I have no fucking idea why I did this. I just kind of got into it and I have to finish it. Like, I think we were like 2 minutes into the start of this video and I had been streaming for like an hour and a half or so, or long time. I don't remember. But it quickly dawned on me that this is not going to even be a 2-part thing. This is going to have to be 3 parts. I didn't even think that the 3rd part would take 4 hours. It's so fucking bad. I can't let it go for 1 second without pausing it to dissect some more bullshit. It's just bullshit with some... It's like the bullshit and the dog shit had a baby. And it's this kind of dog-bull hybrid, right? Because quality bullshit will have like a nice... It'll have a nice sheen on it, you know? Like a good quality bullshit is like, what am I thinking? Like the just really well-made, like sneaky ass documentaries that are full of lies and propaganda, but they're really well edited. They got great music. They hit you. They know when to cut. They know when to use humor to drive the point home, right? And they reinforce these lies in ways that when you're watching it, even in good faith, you don't even notice, right? Good bullshit, good quality bullshit has to be polished. It has to be scented, right? So that when you smell it and you touch it, you don't think it's bullshit. You think, oh, this is a smooth, this is a watermelon here that I'm holding. It's actually polished, dyed, and scented pile of bullshit. What we have here is dog shit. It's bullshit that has been smeared with dog shit and is not polished, is not scented. This is a slog to watch. Even if I loved Ethan, I would be so disappointed that this is what he had been working on as his content nuke. What an absolute failure of a content nuke. The only people who would think that this is really letting Hassan have it are people that already fucking hate this guy so much that they're just happy to see all of these clips kind of put together and see Ethan sort of dance around and like, rah, 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 like he's the winner of it. The substance is bullshit, right? Let's go back to this. Now, again, I would invite anyone to point out, because, see, none of these are connected, right? Ideally, this was going to be a thing where the big claim would be supported by evidence, right? Here's the big claim. It is that Twitch is a megaphone for terrorist organizations. We never heard the terrorist message. We never heard any examples of terrorist messaging. We know that in their terms of services, they protect veterans. We know the CEO is a dick. We know that he is cringe, that he's a fucked up boomer. He's probably a sex pest. He's probably a pervert. He's probably using his position of power to get close to young women. I would agree with all that. That guy seems like a fucking skis. And I'm sure they have really inconsistent like policies or enforcement of policies of when they ban people and when they don't. They probably favor people who make a lot of money and they're a lot more hesitant to ban them. But like littler creators like Frogan, who by the way Ethan never mentioned, but Ethan got her banned. She was banned off Twitch or suspended off Twitch because of Ethan. He didn't mention any of that in the thing because it goes against his narrative that Twitch is a megaphone for terrorist orgs and Twitch is a Nazi organization. No evidence supporting this. The CEO loves Hassan. The CEO does not love Frogan, but at least won't ban Frogan. And she is not influencing very many people. Ethan even admits that. He said she has like 100 people watching. He said she's a horrible person because she said Ludwig had a cracker ass take. She refused to congratulate him for donating to Palestine because he had to be a dick about it and like discourage his audience from donating and tell them it wasn't really an important issue. So yeah, And she was like slightly annoyed by it. She didn't even get really up in arms. She's just like, I mean, that sucks. I mean, it's like, why would you even bother doing it? Why would you bother if you're not even going to like support the cause in your words? You're just, right? So none of this tells me that Frogan is a horrible person, that she has no talent. Whatever. Talent in what? Everyone has talents that are different. They're talented with certain things and not talented with others. I don't think she has a talent for good, concise, descriptive tweets. I criticize the fuck out of her tweets. But I don't think she's a bad person.
Isn't watching. Help them understand that his name should be associated with people like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones.
Why? Why should he be associated with Nick Fuentes? Not, dude. We could do a Nick Fuentes nuke. We could do an Alex Jones nuke, and we could really like put those two up next to each other and see who's the difference. Ethan doesn't know fuck about Alex Jones.
Other fringe radical political commentator.
Alex Jones is not a fringe radical political commentator. Okay? I mean, you don't have any fucking idea what you're talking about. Alex Jones is a middle of the road right-wing loyalist, Elon Musk loyalist who toes the party line, which is white supremacy and Christian nationalism. He's right. He's in the middle of the mainstream, man.
Number 2, Twitch must be held accountable. Twitch has proven that will not change by choice, and so it is our moral imperative to enact that change through any reasonable means that we can. Samsung, Chevron, and Capcom. Twitch has given them a lasting association with a racial tier list with Arabs at the top and Jews at the bottom. These brands have every right to know, and they should. We all recall YouTube's apocalypse. It happened when ads were running over ISIS recruitment videos. And
bro, if you want to boycott all these brands, I'm 100% behind you. Absolutely.
these brands have every right to know, and they should.
Fuck Chevron. Fuck McDonald's. Fuck
YouTube's
Chevrolet. Fuck the NBA. Fuck
It happened when ads were
Arm &
running over
Hammer.
ISIS
Fuck Best Buy. Fuck
recruitment videos, and it caused big brand
Domino's.
exodus. The same thing
Yeah.
is happening now on Twitch. But instead of ISIS, it's the Houthis, Hamas, Hezbollah.
Meta. Yeah. Fuck them. They're terrible. Are you saying that you don't have any connection between
The anti-refusal to moderate extremists is the only reason for any of this.
none of these companies are helping fucking fill your pockets? Oh my god.
This man put a bounty on a fellow streamer's head. I made this video for
Finally
integrating mainstream.
finished it. I'm not even gonna. It's been fucking. It's 4 hours. It took me 4 fucking hours to do a half hour of this thing, and I'm done with it. Done with it. Done with it. Ethan's content nuke is dog shit. It is. That's my conclusion. All right. Good night. Let's go bed.